Yes, so happy to have you all here at my 4-hour Larrython Talk, AMA, and Fundraiser. Yes, I will be here yapping with you for the next 4 hours. Some of you will be bold and brave and perhaps crazy enough to stay with me for the entire 4 hours. Some of you will check in and check out. I'm not mad either way. I'm happy if you show up. The piece that we're talking about today, which I hope you will all really want to embrace, and that is the idea of how can we make things better right now in our country and in New York State. That's the piece that is the most important piece. And I'm talking about that now because, as you know, next year is the New York State governor's race. And someone like me might be stepping in to make a third bite at the apple, as they say. I might be doing that. And the issue that I have with that is it is challenging. It's challenging for many ways. Challenging to make change. Obviously, to make any change at all is tough. In a state like New York, where it's deep blue, where it's basically a one-party state, it can be very challenging to make any impact whatsoever. Absolutely. But not just that. Ballot access, getting on the ballot can be challenging. And a lot of that comes with, obviously, cash, money. And one thing I'm not afraid of is to ask you for money. And I do that sometimes, of course. But this time is special. Why is it special? Because I'm special? I mean, I am. But that's not the reason why it's special this time. It's special because in New York State this year, we have what's called matching funds, and we have fusion voting. Fusion voting? What? Matching funds? What? Yes. Fusion voting, for those you don't know, in New York State, you can actually run on more than one line. You can be listed multiple times on the ballot under multiple lines. So I can be listed as a Libertarian and also as We the People Party, who I'm also searching for the We the People Party line this time around. If I can get We the People and Libertarian Party line, I will have 2 lines. I will be listed twice. Yes, that's how New York State works. You're like, New York State is weird. It is. It is absolutely weird. Yes, it is totally weird. But that's how it works, right? And the issue here is if I can do that, then I'll be listed twice and all the votes combined count. Yes, all the votes combined count. What happens in New York State often is Republican Party has Republicans and conservatives listed twice. New York, the Democrat has Democratic Party and Working Families Party listed twice. It's a common thing. I can be listed twice too. Not too shabby, number one. So that's the great part. To do that, I've got to get on the ballot in 2 separate lines. That's going to cost at least $250K per line. At least, if not more. But at least $250K. That's a lot of money. Yes. Why am I talking to you? Well, that's the reason why. But I got to add something, though. We have a thing called matching funds in New York State. Those of you who are not in New York State, you'll be blown away by this. In New York State, if I raise $500,000, which I have done twice already. When I ran in 2018, I raised $500,000. When I ran in 2022, I raised $500,000. If I can do it this time from New York State people, that's the difference, from New York State people, the state will match those funds 6-1. Yes, the state will give me $3 million. I'm not joking. The state will just say, hey, taxpayers, you didn't want to give Larry money, but too bad. You're giving Larry money. You're giving him $6 million. You're giving him $3 million. You're doing that. And you might go, Larry, that sounds horrible. The rest of them are doing it too, so I'm doing it. Larry, philosophically, shut up. I'm taking the money. Just taking it. I'm taking the cash. $3 million bucks. I'm taking it. You give me $3 million, this becomes a winnable race. So that's why I'm taking the cash. Those who don't like it, too bad. Scoot off, whatever. I'm taking the cash. Absolutely taking every dollar. So with that in mind, if we can get $500,000 and on the ballot, particularly from New York State people, oh my God, does that change everything? Remember in 2018, when I got ballot access for the Libertarian Party, what happened was the next year, we had 107 local victories across New York State. Those you don't remember, 107 Libertarians. New York State went from 0 Libertarians to 107 in 1 year. That is insane. But that's what actually happened. You think I'm making it up? Do your own homework. It's there. It's public knowledge. That's what actually happened. 107. Now, you might go, wait a minute, that's a lot. It is. It was all local. You know, the biggest one we had is we did have one DA. We had a Libertarian DA. I think it was Broome County. So we had one DA. All the rest were local. Water board, school board, city councils. But that's fine. That's how you begin a movement. Locally, that's how you do it, right? I do that again this time. You will watch New York State begin to change. New York State will go gold before it will go red. And people don't recognize that. They think, well, you got to be a Republican. A Republican has not won any statewide election, not AG, not senator, not governor in my state in 23 years. And the state's just getting bluer, not redder. We lose 300,000 people every single year in New York State. Most of those people would not be voting blue. If they'd be voting blue, they'd be staying. So they're leaving. So it's almost 3-1 Democrat to Republican in New York State. It's 6-1 Democrat to Republican in New York City. we're almost at a point to where the Republicans will stop running candidates. Larry, that's not going to happen. Yes, it will. It's already happened already in Nebraska and Utah. Again, do your homework. Those states are so red, not blue. Democrats don't run statewide elections anymore. The last senator race in Utah and Nebraska, there was no Democratic candidate. Let me say it again. For U.S. Senate, not state Senate House, United States Senate, the last two races in Utah and Nebraska, there was no Democratic candidate. If you think I'm making it up, it's public knowledge. Go check it out. New York State and California are going that route, just the reverse. Eventually, there'll be no Republican candidate. Why bother? You cannot win. The states will go independent, either We the People Party, which is RFK Jr.'s party. He's made the most impact since last year. Or Libertarian, which is the third largest party in the country still. With all our flaws, we are still the third largest party in the state, in the country. So one of those two is going to happen. I think we can make it happen now. I want to jump on both. I think if we jump on both, we can make this happen, make a real impact. Maybe win. I hope we can win. That's the goal, obviously. And there are plans to make that happen. We'll see. But to do that, we have to raise money. That's why I'm bugging you. Here's how it works. If you live in New York State, and I hope you do, if you give me anywhere from $5 to $1,000, New York State will match that 6-1. So if you give me $100, New York State will give me $600. I'm not joking. You give me $5, New York State gives me $30. Now, here's the weird rules. If you give me more than $1,000, New York State will match nothing. Yeah, that's because they have to make it hard because rules. I'm not joking. If you give me more, if you give me $1,100, they match nothing. Doesn't count. If you give me 1,000 to 5, they'll match. And here's the issue: up to 250. You're saying, Larry, this sounds dumb. Yes, because it's dumb. Yes, it sounds dumb because it is dumb. So if you give me between 5 and 1,000, and you live in New York State, they will match 6 times up to 250. Could they have made it more weird? No, they probably couldn't have. Maybe if you give on a Tuesday, it's 5, on a Wednesday, it's 6. They could have done some shit like that maybe, but they didn't go that far. So it's weird. So here's what I'm saying. If you live in New York State, please give me somewhere between $5 and $1,000. I don't care what the number is. They will match up to 250. So 250 is nice if you can swing that. If you say, Larry, I can't swing much, give me $5. Because if you give me 4, they won't match it. I'm not joking. They will only match 5. So don't give me $3. Give me $5 or higher if you live in New York State. If you don't live in New York State, please give me whatever you want. I'd love to have your money. I can take up to $9,000. That's the random number they made up, which is, again, they made that number up. 9,000 is the number. I don't know why, because they said so. Everything in New York State is random just to make things hard so I can be sued. By the way, I get fined every time I run. I'll be fined again. They will find me on something because the rules are so complex. I have to have 9 lawyers on staff to be able to handle them. I can't afford 9 lawyers. I'll just pay the fines. I get fined every time. I'll be fined again today. So when you go, Larry, you got fined again I get fined every time. So it's how it works. Anyway, I've yapped away. That's what I want you to do. If you want to help out, please help out. It's LarrySharpe.com/donate. I have matching funds, and I have a donor who out-of-state donor who will match up to $9,000. That's the match he can give. So who will match up to $9,000. Whatever we give will be matched, no matter what, will be matched by a donor. If it's New York State, up to 250, will be matched by New York State 6 times. Yes, you wonder why I'm out here yapping. That's the reason why. But it's not just me yapping. I have guests coming on. I have cool, super cool guests coming on to give you not just me pitching you for cash, but also entertainment too. Look, I'm literally Jerry Lewis from like the 60s and 70s. I have taken him over. The French don't love me though, which is weird. They loved him. They don't really love me, but that's fine. I don't care if they love me or not. Doesn't matter. You guys have to love me. And I'm bringing on 2 people who I've actually had on my show before, who have actually been at events before also. And last time I saw them, they were rapping, I think. If I remember, the last time I saw them, they were actually I'm not joking. They were rapping. Like, Larry, they're rap. Yes. And the best part is they're rapping. And here's awesome. They're not from like New York City, the Bronx. Like, no, they're not. So that's even cooler. That makes them cooler. So they're like the Eminem of the Libertarians. I made that up just now. They're gonna be mad at me. I'll bring them on right now. Jack Lloyd, and of course, part of the did I get a philosopher? Is that right?
The philosopher. Like
we have them all of them. How are you? Oh, let me open it up better. That's better for you guys. There we go. Now we're good. How are you?
You, Larry. Yeah, we're doing okay. It's been a wild year for us so far.
Tell me about your wild year.
Do you want to?
Yeah, tell me. In terms of stuff we've been doing, it's been Yeah, pretty wild. Working on some new music. She actually just released a new song just the other day called ANCAT Full Stack. It's kind of, as you were just accurately mentioning. I mean, yeah, we're not from the Bronx, but but yeah, close. She's rapping basically some Liberty rhymes, and so we've been doing a little bit more of that kind of thing. Working on some music, putting out a little bit more of that, and in the background also working on comic stuff like we usually do with volunteers.
I love the comic stuff. I do love that. Yes. The funny part is I bring up the Bronx because I'm actually from the Bronx, and people will sometimes fight where rap is from. And I will always say, no. Rap is originally from the Bronx. That's true. Originally, rap is from the Bronx. That's where it is. So, and anyone who says otherwise, it's just lying. That's fine. It's fine. Yes. Right. I take credit for it. I do take credit for it. So this is the part that I like about what you guys do, which I don't do as well. And that is you're able to touch pop culture in a way that a lot of people can't do. Libertarians very often, anyone in the Liberty world, whether you're a big L libertarian, small libertarian, it's very challenging for them to really engage in pop culture. We often try to go up here and try to be this super cool, brainy guy. We try to do that all the time. And then no one listens except other libertarians who already agree with us and then fight on us on like 1% that we disagree upon. We do that all the time, but we rarely are able to get to that spot. Someone who I think has come close. I'm not sure who's actually come close. Oh. Eric July, maybe. Yeah, I'd buy Eric July. Yep, he's come close.
Twins. And
but he often comes across. Well, again, I love Eric. I've been with him many times. I've never. But Eric can come across not like you guys. Eric can come across as angry. Right? He can come across as angry and bothered. He can come across as that. You guys come across as fun. It's a difference.
I appreciate. Yeah, I mean, definitely with his music because he does, a lot of new metal. It's very intense, and a lot of his content was geared more toward criticisms of the mainstream. So yes, angry in that way. A lot of it is about like, here's what we're frustrated about today. Whereas, I think you actually did accurately describe that a lot of the work that we do tends to be more about like, what are we trying to create? What are we trying to do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like we want to inspire people to be principled for liberty and to gain a love of liberty and truth. And that's really our goal. And so,
yes.
And even before we were libertarians, we love music. Like we both growing up loved to sing and dance, and he loved comics growing up. I like cartoons, anime, and things like that. So it kind of just blended just right. Like
some people don't know, but I was a comic book geek back in the day. I was too. Absolutely was. For those who want to follow what they're doing, you can follow them on Twitter/X if you want to. It's going across the bottom of the screen right now. But check them out. On X, it's the Philosopher that's PHOLOSOPHER. You can see it there. Also, Jack V. Lloyd or Jack the Fifth Lloyd. I like Jack the Fifth Lloyd. It's okay. I'm doing my old Roman numeral stuff. Yes. Jack V. Lloyd also. You can do that too. But when I was young, I loved comics. I still remember comics when it cost 20 cents. That's how old I am.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, that's bad.
And I used to go to Creation Comics. Back in the day, Creation Comics was the only real national comic book convention of the day. Back in the day, they were the real only ones. Now there's a whole bunch, but at that time, back in the 70s, I'm dating myself. That was the only real one. And in fact, they used to have the comic convention at the Twin Towers.
Oh wow!
Yes, that's what you go. You'd go to the Twin Towers. I went there.
Yeah,
and I bought a mint condition Avengers #1 from 1962 for like $40.
That's look at that.
Yes.
That's probably worth like a lot more than that now.
Yes. I had an Avengers #1. I had the Origins of Iron Man, Cap. And back in the day, you would subscribe and they would send you in the mail your comic book every month.
Right. Yeah.
So I used to get a comic book. I used to get 8, 9, 10 comic books every month. That's how I was able to keep all the series. Back in the day, there was a series. It was a Godzilla series. Those who don't know this, it was a Godzilla series.
Yes. Marvel.
Yes. Yes. It was only 2 years long.
Right.
Yep. It was only 2 years long, 24 episodes, 24 issues. I had all of them. And people don't know Godzilla that I know of. I mean, it may not be true anymore now, but back in the day, Godzilla was the only bad guy, if you call him a bad guy, who fought all of the Marvel heroes and won. He did. He fought the Defenders. He fought the Avengers. He fought the X-Men. He fought all of them, and he won. They all had to try to stop him. In fact, Thor's hammer couldn't stop him.
Oh,
right. They brought him back recently too, Marvel, because you know Godzilla is so popular with the G-1 movie, and of course the Legendary Pictures, that they brought back Godzilla. And DC and Marvel did their own little iterations right now, just because it's so hot right now, you know.
And I remember I bought in a store the first DC Marvel crossover, which was a Superman versus Batman. And I'm not Superman versus Spider-Man. Sorry, Superman versus Spider-Man. Yeah, like Superman versus Spider-Man in the 70s. So it was an extra large comic. It was like a bigger comic than the other ones. It was kind of cool back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm geeking out with you guys because I enjoy this piece. I just thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But sadly, and this is a sad story. One of the reasons why I've been worried so much about what's been happening with the war on drugs and such. My mom, sadly, if you don't know the story, was an addict, and my mom also was a felon. And when I was off the Marine Corps, she lost all of my comics, all of everything, threw them all out, got rid of them all.
Oh man!
So I literally had what today would literally be hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of comics easily.
Yeah, you could have retired on them.
Yeah, all gone because again, when you have an addict in your family, they do stuff that you wouldn't think makes sense, which is why I worry about addiction, which I worry about community, and that's the only way she can recover. Right? Community is the answer. Whether that community is local community, whether that's an internet community, whether that's a comic book community, whatever it is, community is what keeps us together. And what helped my mom when she got out of prison was being able to go to local diners and get jobs because nobody else would hire her. Right. And then I tell the story often. When I was, my mom always had a problem when she got out of prison she had to lie on all of her job applications. She couldn't say she was a felon because they wouldn't hire her. So she lied. Yeah. And so the system made her a liar. That makes any sense, right? She wasn't ashamed. She was actually proud that she had recovered from this, right? She was clean the rest of her life. And but she couldn't tell people because then she couldn't be hired. So she had to lie. And then she could never defend herself in her job. Like she couldn't stand to her boss because if she got fired, there was no job for her. So she was a hostage. And I hated it. I hated it so much. I thought to myself, this is how I got into entrepreneurs, which was thinking, how in the hell can I get my mom to not be a hostage? She has to be the boss. So I started a business with her as the boss, and that was it. So, but you guys are entrepreneurial too, aren't you? I mean, what you do, you're very entrepreneurial.
Yeah, we dabble on both ends of things, I'd say, because we do normie work, you could say. So
I'm a software engineer.
Yeah, I used to own a tutoring company, and now I'm working, in banking, you can say. But it's basically, we have both ends covered. And so we understand both the entrepreneurial side of things, in terms of just, trying to do things from being a hobby, where, we're doing campaigns and selling people comics and physical products. And we've done all kinds of things, with that, with coasters and bookmarks and stickers, you name it. But also we are well out there in the normal work world as well. So we understand what that's like.
We know how to be specialists in the market, and basically be someone that sells your skills as a form of trade, so you're trading your skills for cash as opposed to, entrepreneurship. It's a little different. And that's primarily, we have both perspectives as people who work for employers, but also as entrepreneurs, that there are many different ways of voluntary trade and capitalism. And we're very against people who call being employed by someone wage slavery, because slavery is where you don't consent. And so if you consent to employment, you're literally saying, hey, I will give you my form of skills and these responsibilities if you give me X amount, and there's negotiation there. So
isn't the argument, right? The argument though, isn't the argument that, hey, yeah, it's voluntary, but, and I'm not saying they're correct, but the argument is, but come on now, I have no choice, right? I have to work because capitalism is evil. And because it's evil, it forces me to work. I'm not joking. These are the words they use.
Oh, you're right. That is one of the so-called reasons people give, that they think like, oh, if I'm forced to work because, if I don't work and I don't get money, I can't live. What they're really speaking to is government. Government is the one that doesn't allow you to homestead without their permission. Government is the one that charges you property taxation for the rest of your life. Even if you pay off that house and you pay the bank that actually owned it as private property, you are in perpetual neo-feudal slavery through the state. So we always tell people, don't confuse it with capitalism. You're confusing it with government coercion, taxation, inflation, which is more the hidden tax. that people don't understand. When government forces you to use their currency and can print to infinity, prices go up. And the people who get that cash first and experience that initial fiat value are the, big companies, the big corporations. And it's easier to just think, oh, therefore it's the corporations that control everything.
Yes.
What they don't realize, it's the power of government coercion, the monopoly of violence that the federal government, local governments have that make it possible for cronyism to take place. So it's really cronyism they're against, not capitalism. So we always try to promote.
The argument always, I'm giving you the pushback, right? The argument is, yeah, you say that, but capitalism always goes to cronyism. That's how it works, right? So if you have capitalism, this is what they call late stage capitalism. See, that's how it always works. That's the way.
It's so funny.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
I know all the arguments. I know them all. I hear them.
They're trying to rope in, and even at a more fundamental level, it's more so that they think that if there wasn't any type of capitalism, private means of owning the means of production, that people would just be living free and just having resources magically appear. And I think it's the disconnect.
I like magic.
Reality.
Magic's awesome.
Well, they do have a lot of magical thinking where it's like, oh, okay, yes, water just magically cleans itself, and food is just magically there for you, and there's never any bugs or any issues that you have to deal with, or you can, get sick and things like that. So they have this magical thinking that life is just normally totally free and requires no labor in order to actually get yourself out of the state of nature and to actually provide yourself shelter against the elements, provide yourself nutrition, provide yourself protection against predators, as in, not Epstein predators, but animals.
Those too. Those also.
Those too. But, they have this magical thinking that life is just easy, and if only it was just you're back to nature and then everything is just magically there for you. But it's a disconnect, I think, that people have from having been so distanced from how much work it took to get out of those early hunter-gatherer societies, agrarian societies, and so forth, because it was only with the penning of animals where people could have exponential growth, because with animals, they could specifically breed them with crops and setting those up and then doing rotations, people could have more abundance. That's exponential wealth. So it took people learning how to create exponential wealth and private property respect, people saying, okay, I'll respect, your penned animals, I'll respect, these crops, and we can trade and specialize. That's what let prosperity happen, where suddenly you're like, oh, wow, I have some free time. I can, sit back and relax instead of be like, oh my gosh, I just had to work, sun up, sun down, trying to
make comic books if I want to.
Right. So
I can make some comic books if I want to. Absolutely. Yes.
Exactly.
Right. I think the property rights is the biggest piece, because if you don't have property rights, what incentive do you have to go ahead and pen animals and spend your time to specialize and be like, cool, now I can go to the market and trade all this abundance that I worked hard to build.
So let me walk on a couple things here.
Why would you work?
Let me grab a couple things if I could. First of all, guys, if you want to follow what they're doing, please follow them on Twitter. It's going across the bottom. See what they're doing. You can check their links out. Go and do stuff. And here, Daniel literally says, Jack Lloyd and a philosopher are my heroes.
Daniel's awesome.
Hey, Daniel,
appreciate you. Yeah, Daniel's great.
Love your Microsoft.
He then goes on and says, every parent who's raising a young libertarian needs to order Jack and Foe's voluntarist comics. He's right. This is true. It's accurate. Go there, order them. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Although one caveat, we do have a kid's book. So depending how young, later, more preteen is the comics.
There we go. So preteen, older is the comics. But if you got little ones, go ahead. Mine are old. I don't have little ones anymore. Mine are old. Mine are 15 and 21. So they're already older.
Everything then.
Yeah. They're already into comics. So they're already there. So yes, I do want to grab a couple of super chats if I could. Hold on. I do a couple of super chats. This is Roger.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, if you super chat me out, I'll take your comment to the front, but the super chat does not go towards the campaign, just so you're aware of that, right? Just so you're aware. Roger says, CICA, Larry, Citizen Initiative Constitutional Amendments, run on that. I think what he's talking about here is he wants citizens ballot initiatives, is what he wants. Citizens to come. And in New York State, we officially have that, but not really. How New York State works is citizens can vote on something if the assembly puts it on, which means we can't decide ourselves. The assembly decides, hey, there's an issue that we don't want to be responsible for, so we'll just put it on the citizens and we'll blame them when it fails. That's how New York has it. People can change that. So yeah, he also goes on to say, I don't buy any of that. He thinks you're all wrong. Worker co-ops, that's what WC means. worker co-ops is the way. Thank you, Roger, for that. Well, this is if you look at the newer socialist side, the newer socialists of today aren't talking about Stalin socialism. They aren't talking about that. They're talking about workers owning their own, labor, right? The means of production. That's what the new socialists are talking about. That's their thing. That's what he means with worker co-ops. I think, Margaret, and you tell me what you've heard this. My argument is, I agree that's a wonderful thing. I'm not against that. It's fine. But I think even with that, you still need property rights. But just now, instead of a corporation owning the thing, the people would own it or whatever, right? The individual workers, there would still be property rights, right? Doesn't that not change it?
It's just a form of of how you can organize a company in a free society. It's still not saying that the current setup of a corporate hierarchy and a board of directors is unethical. It's not. So you can have whatever sort of configuration you want. The problem we have is, as capitalists, with people who are socialists or whatever their names are these days, is that they say that a capitalist system is unethical. And that's where we have a problem, because here they are willing to use violence to stop us from interacting in the market how we choose with other adults. And so that's really the problem that we come out. Go ahead, have your worker comp. Go ahead, have your commune in a forest, whatever you want, do it. And that already exists today. Don't come over here and say that what we're doing is unethical and advocate for government violence to stop us. And that's really what these people ultimately are for.
That's what I think too, right? I'm not against worker co-ops at all. In fact, I think they're wonderful. I support them completely. My issue is I think you can still have worker co-ops in a libertarian world, right? You would it just wouldn't be forced. That's my issue. I don't want to say you may not have one individual own a corporation. I want to say, hey, let's support all of the ways that we want to have corporations or companies or property, right?
Yeah, and see what the market decides.
Right, and
People
even there,
use
it's like
their money to support whatever company works best, and it is what it is. But if you go ahead and advocate for violence to stop people peacefully trading with each other, you are the problem. You are the violence and the fascist that you purport to be against. The authoritarian, the tyrant. And that's who we're ultimately talking about, and trying to bring back an understanding that capitalism is simply the freedom based on property rights to accumulate as much wealth as you want. There's no limit. But you have people trying to villainize you just for having wealth. The CEO who was murdered of I think United Health Company.
Yep.
There are so many people would be like, oh, he deserved it. This guy literally worked from being poor, and I can relate to that a lot, worked his way up and became CEO, and he got murdered. And that is wrong. And he was someone's father. And that's just horrendous that people would advocate for that. So that is what we're against. People who go, yeah, well, he shouldn't have been a CEO of an insurance company. He's unethical. No, the one who's unethical is the one who murdered him. I don't know if that's Luigi. It's a Mario guy. I don't know. I don't know who did it, but whoever did it,
find out.
Is evil.
Well, here's the worst part, which you just said, right? You said, I don't know if Luigi did it. Me either. I don't trust the government at all. They could have made that up. He could. I mean, I'm not saying he did or didn't, but I'm like, maybe. I mean, it's possible. Who the hell knows? So that little lady's on your side. She goes, government interference sucks. True. That is absolutely true.
It hurts, and it's wrong, and it's evil.
Before we wrap this up, I want to make sure everybody knows, guys, please follow these guys. They're amazing. You see what they're talking about. They're trying to achieve stuff. And Daniel says you should buy their comic books. He's right. You should do that.
Yes. Listen to our music. Listen to ANCAP Full Stack on my YouTube channel, The Philosopher. Feel that vibe, be like, yeah, we're going to be trading. We're capitalists. We're going to stack up on gold, ammo, guns. That's it. We're going to live that lifestyle.
I love that. We're going to stack up.
Larry's awesome.
Tell me what you're going to stack up on. I want to hear that one more time.
Oh, the song, it goes, ANCAP Full Stack, got that free. So basically you stack up on ammo, on guns to defend yourself, and wealth and gold and silver.
I'm not mad.
Sound money.
I'm not mad. I'm liking it.
You're not
right here.
I'm good.
It's it right here, guys. This it right here.
Yeah, that's
Here we go. So please enjoy
that latest bit right there. ANCAP full
there's
stack.
a lot of cool. If you see the thumbnails, like all different topics that we've done and music.
Stop. Liberty seeds
there we go. There we go. Right there.
Yeah,
all good. We are rocking and rolling. Yes, guys, please enjoy. I appreciate that tremendously.
Larry.
Oh, good.
Okay.
You got both on. This is interesting. When I was in the Marine Corps, you could have obviously firearms, obviously, and things like that. But I actually had a kukri knife, which is a long knife from the Nepalese specialized British soldiers had a kukri knife. It's a crook knife like that, and I actually would keep it on me. So when we go and do our training, I had M16 back in the day. They have M4s now. M16 in one hand, kukri in the other. So yes,
that's both.
Everyone knew me in the field.
Show us some of that later. We got to see that.
Larry, you're part of our crew if you know SHTF. So.
I love it. I love it. Totally. Guys, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you so much. And we need to connect very soon. Thanks, guys.
Definitely.
All right.
Thanks,
take care, Larry. And
bye. Take care, everyone.
Take care, everybody.
I'm so glad they came on. That was amazing. I think you guys would enjoy that. Please check them out if you can. Follow them as I've asked you. Please do so also. People are trying to support us. And as always, remember, this is indeed a talk and an AMA and a fundraiser. So if you can support me, please do. So remember the rules. If you are in New York State, please do me a favor. Give somewhere between $5 and $1,000. Why between those numbers? Matching funds if you're in New York State. If you're not in New York State, doesn't matter. If you're in New York State, matching funds between $5 and $1,000. So do not give me $4. Doesn't get matched. Give me $5. Don't give me $1,001. Give me $1,000. Between $5 and $1,000, any number in between is great. The state will match $6 for every one you give, up to $250. So if you give me $100, you just gave me 100 plus 600. You just gave me $700 if you live in New York State. If you don't live in New York State, please give whatever you can. It's awesome, but the state's not going to match you. Yes, I want those dollar bills. I do. It's true. I do. That's how we move forward. That's how we get both the libertarian line, the We the People line. We have two lines against one. That's the issue. That's what we want to do. So it's very important. So let me keep moving down here. Some of these comments, if I can. Gene says, our country has not been this divided since the 1860s. True. And the way of getting around that is absolutely through third party. That is the answer. The way of getting through that is third party. Third parties create one important thing. They create single issue coalitions. That piece most people aren't getting. Single issue coalitions are critical. How can we get people to care about one issue and push forward on it when you have to hate the other, right? Republicans hate Democratic ideas because they're Democratic, not because they hate them. Democrats hate Republican ideas, not because they hate them, but because they're Republican. But when the idea stands on its own and you can create single issue coalitions, things begin to change. That's what I want. Kim says, so New York won't match my donation. True, Kim. New York will not match the donation. However, I have a big donor who will match everybody's donation up to 9K. So that's matched double. So if you give 100, he will also give 100. So whatever we raise today, he will match. So you will get, so while you won't get 6-to-1, you'll get 2-to-1. You'll get something. So you will get something for sure. Something will happen. So if you want to give, please do that. That does make sense. So yes. Joe Miller reposted this. Thank you so much for that. Yes, every repost does matter. If you can share this out, Little Lady says, share this, put this into other places so people can see it, like it, comment, all those things. Christina also reposted it. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. Yes, please do that. It's important if you can. And she is also loving it. Thank you, Christina. We're trying to get both the We the People Party to move forward and also the Libertarian Party to move forward. If we have actual parties in this state, those you don't know, New York State last year was the only state in the entire union that did not have any independent candidates on the ballot for president. The only one. Every other state had at least one. Some had 3, 4, 5, 6. And somehow the world didn't end. And somehow we didn't all die. And somehow democracy didn't, well, democracy didn't fail. But not because of that. Somehow that did, not because of that, right? It didn't happen. We can do it. Not just that. In 2022, it was the first time in New York in almost 100 years where there was no independent candidate for governor on the ballot. New York State is destroying independent candidates, independent parties, ripping them to pieces. They don't exist. And here's the worst part. New York State is a one-party system. We are now creating a system to where one party rules the state. That means nobody's happy. They do whatever they want. It doesn't matter. Competition in everything is how people do better, politics included. I said it before and I'll say it again. In states like Nebraska and Utah, it is so bad the opposite way, Republicans versus Democrats, that Democrats have stopped running statewide candidates. You think I'm making that up? Go back and look. Last senator race, U.S. Senate, not state Senate, United States Senate, Nebraska and Utah, the Democrats didn't even run a candidate. There is no chance of victory. They are outgunned 4-1. Republican, Democrat. New York State, 3-1, Democrat, Republican. Democrats are about to be at a point, Republicans about to be at a point here in New York State where they stop running statewide candidates. They have not won any statewide election. Senator, governor, AG, nothing in 23 years. The state's just getting bluer. Mamdani, you guys all heard of. Probably my next mayor. You may think, Larry, really? Yeah, I live in the belly of the beast. Mamdani is my assemblyman. Yep. AOC is my congressman. I live in the belly of the beast. I know. Mamdani wins his election. I'm not joking. 99-1. Why? The Republicans haven't run a candidate in my district in 11 years. They don't run a candidate anymore. They can't. There's no way. They can't raise money. They won't do it. If you call the local Republican Party here, it's probably someone's dry cleaner. He's like, hey, it's Joe's. What's going on? That's the Republican group here. It's broken. Doesn't exist. Why bother doing it? Why bother? Right? That's what's happening now. We have to break it. We break it through coalition. We break it with third parties. We break it that way. How do I know that? In Nebraska, guy who I like very much named Dan Osborne. Osborne's a great guy, a working class guy, rock and rolling. He had a chance at winning. He's independent. He's independent. Independent is the way to go. I think you can see it happening. So let me grab a couple more of these comments real fast. All righty. Joe, thank you. Joe says $100 headed your way from Lockport, New York. Thank you. That means matching funds, $600. Thank you. Farms are under attack all across Western New York, and I've been trying to fight back at the local level. We're building a coalition of freedom-loving Americans. Yes, I agree completely, Joe. That is the answer. Farmers need protection in New York State. And one of the things I was talking about, two things off the bat I was bringing up when it comes to farmers. There's many things, but I'll give you two quick ones. Number one, New York State should recognize farmers as entrepreneurs in every single way. And I mean loans, investment, everything, insurance, all those things. Farmers get hammered in all those types of things because they're not treated like entrepreneurs, and they should be. Number one. Number two, we should follow a Wyoming rule, which is if you're a farmer in New York and you agree that you will sell only within New York State, you are immune from all federal regulatory bodies. You might go, why does that matter to be immune from federal regulatory bodies? Because USDA and all those places like that hammer local farmers to follow massive big ag rules, which are not required, which makes it harder for the smaller farmers, and it makes it harder for things like, which is what I want, farm to table. Farm to table should be easier. Farm to table should be normal. It should be like businesses. They don't have to have a whole different, rezoning thing if they want to say, I don't know, put a farm stand on their farm. If they want to put a retail structure or a wholesale structure or a manufacturing structure on their farmland, it's their land. Do what they want. Treat them like a business. You do that, you can support those local farmers. So that's just two things I had. There's tons of them, but yes, I am there. I've had policies of that for a long time. I completely agree. So thank you for that. The $100, guys. If you guys want to keep going, please follow that. Every little bit would count. So yeah, alrighty. Shelly says, talking about the United Healthcare guy. United Healthcare has been charged with fraud in Florida, but there's no death penalty for fraud. True. Valid point. We shouldn't be killing people because of that. Absolutely. Guys, I want to grab one more super chat. Phil says, thank you for $2. We need a Larry Sharpe music video. We had actually a rap back in 2018. We did. So I got to get another one out. Like I said, yeah. All right. I got to work on that, Phil. I got to work on that. Well, to be forward, guys, there is one of the most important ways that we can actually get people to believe and think and feel the right way is literally through things like storytelling. It's one of the big things that matter. We're trying to make that, we're trying to be better at it. I'm trying to be better at it as I tell you stories here and do things like that, and maybe have videos. And you saw the last two guests, they make comic books, they're telling stories. Next guest I'm going to bring on is a guy who is talking about that and talks about it often. And I want to bring him, he's going to chat and talking about Citizens Media, the man himself, Sean Malone. How are you, sir?
Hey, man, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for stopping by.
I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, you are talking about exactly that idea, the idea of, it's what I talk about all the time. As libertarians, we often have a problem. libertarians are like, why don't we just stop everything now? Why don't we do it now? Why are people so stupid and don't know that I'm always right? We do that constantly. But it takes story, it takes good communication, it takes all those things to get people to see something else. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a quote from, so it's such a weird story to me because I was there in the audience when he said it, but Gareth Edwards, who directed Rogue One, he's directed a bunch of pretty big movies, including some of the Jurassic World stuff and things like that. But he was at South by Southwest a number of years ago. This was probably 2015, maybe 2017. Okay. And he said something that really stuck with me. And I'm going to paraphrase it because it's been a while, but that stories are like the software that we download to people. Like there's the hardware, which is your body and all of the things that kind of go along with just being human. But like, you don't have a way of transmitting values to people. You don't have a way of transmitting ideas to people. All of those kinds of things, especially for children and for younger people. Story is the way that we've done that throughout history. Right? Like
got it.
Human history, we tell stories to communicate values and ideas. And unfortunately, I think our neck of the woods, like the libertarian community and a lot of people who kind of work in the nonprofit world that I've worked in and around for a really long time, they're so focused a lot of times on the data or on facts and figures and white papers and things like that, that they forget to actually create some compelling, emotionally resonant, interesting narrative that entertains, that enlightens, that gets people to actually care. And if they don't care, I mean, what's the data matter to anybody if they don't even care about the issue to begin with, right? And so that's always been something
what's that old saying?
I cared about
care how much. What people always say. People always say the old saying, people don't care how much you know till they know how much you care, right?
Yeah. And I really stand by that. I think that's absolutely right. And I think one of the ways of getting people to care about you and also the issues that you care about is to make sure that you're telling them stories in ways that encourage that, right? And this all started for me a pretty long time ago at this point, you know, close to, gosh, 17-ish, 18 years ago when I was in Los Angeles and I'm starting to debate friends of mine in LA. I used to work in the entertainment industry in LA. And when I would debate friends, like one of the things that they would always be able to do is they would always be able to point me to a movie or a TV show or just YouTube videos or like whatever it was that they had on deck to say, look at this compelling documentary. It really gets to the heart of this issue. Or look at this, you know, fictional story, this narrative story, right? This gets to the heart of this issue, right? The Aaron Brockovich kind of things, right? And so you get all those kinds of things. And then I would look around, you know, this is like 2008, 2009, whatever. And I'd look around our kind of movement and nothing. Right. There was absolutely no video. There was no sort of narrative content. There was absolutely nothing I could point to. I mean, if you think about it, Reason TV wasn't even a thing then. Right. Like Reason TV didn't start until like 2010-ish, you know. And so I'd be like flailing around looking for anything. And all I could ever find would be like really badly produced back of the room, like panel videos from like the Macy's Institute or from Reason or from Heritage or from
and then what it was back then is it was something like a debate or something. It wasn't a story. So even if it was that,
it was always a talking head. It was always something like that. It was like it was never something that anybody actually wanted to watch or would be compelling if they did watch it, you know. Yeah. So that's when I mean I really started shifting the way that I thought about my career because I was kind of looking at like basically living in Hollywood and not ever opening my mouth about anything ever, just because I would get, you know, people get mad at me. I would lose, you know, I would lose jobs, all that kind of stuff. Or I thought, well, you know, I think I can make my own stuff, you know, and that's really where it started. It started, you know, 15, 20 years ago where I was like, you know, I have some editing skills. You know, I went to school for film scoring, but before I went to school for film scoring, I learned how to edit video because I thought that would help. Like I thought it would help being a better film composer.
Makes sense.
And so once I was in LA and I had friends doing all this kind of stuff, I just, you know, at some point I just thought, you know, I think I can start doing this on my own. And, you know, done it ever since and, you know, built some big YouTube channels, did a lot of documentaries.
So speaking of that, let me, you have a fan in the audience. He says, Sean is awesome. If you guys have seen Out of Frame videos, he produced them.
Yeah, that was it's one of my YouTube play buttons back there is for Out of Frame, and I stopped doing that series when I left FEE, but I was the creative director for FEE for about 7 years. And while I was there, I built a lot of different series, but the two that were most personal to me were Out of Frame, which was a video essay series where I broke down the ideas and philosophy and history and sort of the reality of fictional narrative films and television, things like that. And then the other one was Common Sense Soapbox, which actually just ended this month. I kept doing it long after I left FEE, but Seamus Coughlin, who does Freedom Tunes, if you've seen some of his videos, yes. He and I partnered for 8 years. We did Common Sense Soapbox.
I met him on Tim Pool.
Yeah. Seamus on Tim Pool's show a lot. Yeah. And Tim actually was gracious enough to play some characters on Common Sense Soapbox occasionally.
Nice. So that I did one voice acting piece also. I did one for, if you might have remembered the one. Hold on. It is Gullible's Travels.
Yeah, Jonathan Gullible and all that stuff. That
yes, I play the evil barber who cuts hair without a license. I'm the mastermind criminal.
Well, there you go.
I have the license. Yes.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but one of my sort of more successful documentaries was a documentary called Locked Out, which was the first, I think it was the first sort of bigger documentary about hair braiding. And it was about Melanie Armstrong, who was the first hair braider in Mississippi.
I bring this up all the time. When I was, well, two things. One, since I did a voice acting, I'm basically Denzel Washington now. So just so people know, that's basically who I am. Basically, I'm now the new Denzel Washington. Just so you're aware, in case you, that's who I am now. So anyway, but when it comes to the braiding piece, I brought this up before, right? When I was a kid in the Bronx growing up, young girls would be out front in the stoop braiding hair for money. It's a common thing, right? Yeah. Most of the girls were black, some were Hispanic, but most were black, and they would be braiding hair for money. It was a common thing. Now in New York State, that's against the law, as you know. You can't do that, right? The person who decides about braiding hair is somebody in Albany, our capital, who decides. And I'm going to say, what the hell do they know about a young black girl's hair? Nothing. And they're making decisions. So they're stifling people. They're hurting the poorer communities. Also, they can make sure that the big business stays in power.
There were some really, when I did that documentary, there's some really sad stories, to be honest. Because like I'd met some women who who were trying to do this before the law changed in Mississippi and just couldn't, and so they ended up working at factories. They ended up working in fast food and things like that. They would have gotten paid so much more. They'd have been so much happier
and doing support their community.
I know. And it's crazy because some of the ladies I talked to, like, who are actually really instrumental in changing the law, ended up having to find other careers and never ended up as braiders, even though they helped get the issue over the hump in Mississippi and got it down to basically in Mississippi, it's like a $25 licensing fee. And you no longer have to go through the State Board of Cosmetology and do cosmetology school, which, did not teach hair braiding at all.
Of course, didn't matter.
But, almost every documentary I've ever done on a property rights issue or on like a, like an economic freedom entrepreneurship kind of issue, I get more and more information about the insanity, particularly of like state and local governments.
Correct.
And the claims that they make, like with hair braiding, they were making claims like you would get AIDS or
all
like
kind of crazy stuff.
Light somebody's hair on fire, or like the claims were bonkers, right? It made no sense. And then I had this I did a property rights documentary about a farmer who sort of had a small farm in Virginia, and the local county people were saying that she would put a strip club on the farm, and it's just all these things. You're just
hold on, I'm being very clear
for the most random arguments that they can make.
Strip club on a farm sounds amazing. I'm just saying.
I don't think it was her style, let's say, but yes, it could have been a thing.
It could have been a thing. I mean, I'm saying that could have been a thing.
But nobody had actually proposed that at the time that one of the local politicians was.
I'm thinking now, Sean, this may be our next business. Strip.
That's
right. We got to think about that. Let me grab a couple things if I could. Sean, if you guys want to follow Sean, please do so. You can follow him on his website, lexandria.org. That's LEXANDRIA.org. Or you can follow him on X if you want to, or Twitter, Citizen A Media. on X. Please follow him there to see what he's doing, to check him out. That would be amazing. Ryan says, oh my God, Larry, everyone knows you can't cut hair without a license. True. Can't. People will die. People will die.
Yep.
Shelly says, my mom sent us to the neighbor to get our hair cut because we didn't want to go to the barbershop anymore. There we go. Why not?
And you're absolutely right, Larry. By the way, like almost every woman I talked to had been hair braiding with their sisters from the time they were 6, you know. They've been doing their whole lives. Like it wasn't weird to anybody, you know.
Nobody thought
it wasn't weird to like go to your neighbor and get it done, right? Like it was just like the neighborhood kid, your cousin, your sister, whatever. Anybody.
And where I lived in the Bronx, we lived in a building, right? It's a big apartment building, 6-story building, right? And the person who was cutting hair in the building would leave their door open, literally leave the door open during the day, right? And you knew, oh, the door was open, so she was cutting hair.
Yeah.
You could walk in and you'd walk, literally, there'd be a line if there's people there. You walk to her bathroom. I'm not joking. It'd be her bathroom. And she'd have the stuff laying on the floor that the hair to fall and in front of the mirror, and she would cut your hair.
It's awesome.
Done deal.
I love stuff like that. I mean, like, especially when it's like, I don't have any objection. I can't even think of a really good objection to allowing people to do that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah,
like there's really no public health issue. There's no major safety issue. Like
moms have been cutting their kids' hair for millennia. Where are all the deaths?
Of course.
Where are all the deaths? They're not there.
Yeah,
but let me go back though, if I could. I mean, that's kind of philosophical, but I want to go back to something more important, which is your storytelling. Danny brings up a very interesting piece. Danny says, relatability could very well be the key to understanding, or at least a way to open the door to that productive communication leading to an understanding between opposing views in a debate. I agree. And with the death of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, you know, that's a valid issue, right? Did he help people move? I think, yes, it's obvious.
I think so.
But imagine if he could have used that along with storytelling. That's what was missing from Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk wasn't doing that. He was doing the go there, debate back and forth. But I think the understanding piece is key. I think that Danny's kind of saying what you're saying. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think relatability is incredibly important. And I think that sort of feeds into things like authenticity. It feeds into like your ability to connect and be, you know, have somebody empathize with your position. But it also starts with you being able to understand other people's positions too, right? And it starts with you trying to relate to other people in an honest, sort of fair kind of way, right? Like I've been thinking about this a lot since Charlie got murdered. But like Brian Kaplan had this idea of the ideological Turing test, right? The idea of it is, can you restate someone else's argument, somebody else's viewpoint so well that they would agree that you fully understand it, or that somebody who didn't share, you know, somebody who shared their ideology would not even know that you didn't, right? So good that you actually are representing their case as well as you possibly could. It's another way of like steel manning people and things like that. But one of the things that I've always tried to do is make sure that especially in my professional work, if I'm taking on a challenging position to somebody else's ideology, let's say some progressive, you know, kind of idea of regulation, for example, I want to at least be able to state their case perfectly so that I'm not straw manning the case. And there's another term that I don't know if Richard Lawrence came up with this. Richard used to be the vice president of operations at FEE, and now he and I work together at Alexandria again. But he used to talk about ideological immune systems, and I always liked that term. The idea that like when you kind of attack somebody ideologically, they go into this fight or flight mode, right? And so they'll immediately start discounting everything you have to say. They'll you know, debate you to the ends of the earth, even though you might be right. They might actually agree with you, but you sparked that fight or flight in them because you attacked. And the thing that you really try, at least I try not to do, especially in storytelling, one of the great things about narrative fictional storytelling is that you can sidestep all of that almost entirely, because you don't have to attack somebody. You can just present a character.
That was Star Trek original series in the 1960s. They were doing exactly that in the 60s.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think Star Trek, let's say Star Trek used to, I don't know that Star Trek does that nearly as well anymore. Today. But I think in the original series, and I think in Next Generation, I even think in Voyager quite a lot of the time, like they did a very good job of presenting difficult moral situations that had multiple perspectives and that had competing perspectives. And quite often, there wasn't necessarily one person who was absolutely evil or wrong and one person who was absolutely good and correct. But you could do that and then have that relate to real world people, because now it's an allegory, right? Now it's something where you can come back and apply it to an infinite number of situations in your own life, because not only did you relate to it, you understood the full context because it was given to you in a story, right? It was given to you in something that was entertaining and interesting.
I want to go one step further. If people often tease me why I have people on, like, people want to talk about Mamdani all the time, who's going to be the probably the mayor of New York City, probably coming up here. I had him on my show 3 years ago. I knew he was going to be a powerhouse, and he called himself then a sewer socialist. He's an open socialist. I'm clearly not a socialist, but we had a real conversation, like we just talked. And people often tease, and when they get mad at me, they go, well, Larry, this is wrong, that's wrong. And I said, no, I understand their arguments because I listen to them. To your point, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
no, I'm just agreeing with you, man. It's so important that you have those conversations, because honestly, even if try not to attack and try not to be too antagonistic about it, both ideas will bubble up, right? Both sets of ideas, the competing debate will happen in front of people. And if your side is correct, and if you actually are making a persuasive case, that's actually a good thing, right? Like, it's a really good thing that you were able to pitch yourself directly against somebody else's ideology. And as long as you're not doing something to offend people or to like set off that ideological immune system, and I think a lot of that is just kind of being cool about it, right? Not losing your temper, not being like super angry, not engaging in a lot of ad hominems.
Let me give you my piece here. What I try to do is I try my best, and I'm not perfect at this, obviously, but I try my best to assume that the person is in good faith, that even if I think they're wrong, I don't think they're trying to harm. And this is what I'll say about Mamdani. I think Mamdani honestly believes that his way is right. He's utterly wrong, but I think he absolutely believes that he's right. He's not trying to harm people or trying to wreck the city. I mean, I think he might, but I don't think he's trying to.
Yeah. I think that's exactly the right way to handle that kind of stuff, because unless somebody actually gives you a really good reason to believe that they're operating in bad faith, right? If they keep lying, or if they keep trying to, obfuscate or evade questions, okay, that's a different thing, but that's something that you have to judge on an individual basis. And if somebody is coming in good faith, there's no reason not to actually engage and have a real conversation with them.
Absolutely.
But I think that's still true in storytelling. I think one of the things that I think a lot of people probably in the audience, and I think you'll probably feel this too, is when a narrative becomes a straw man or a caricature of your positions, right? You'll see this as a libertarian, you see it all the time, right? Like, there's always some bad guy on some show. It's happening on Fargo right now, right? Like the libertarian sheriff on Fargo this season or last season, played by John Hamm. And he's this horribly corrupt bad guy, right? And they're not actually giving him libertarian arguments. He's not actually being a libertarian in any kind of way. It's galling, right? It's galling when you see that. And if you do that to other people, you've got to expect them to have the same response, right? Absolutely. If you put up a caricature of a socialist on your show, then all the socialists, they're not going to be swayed towards your side. They're going to go, oh, this guy's just a jerk who's
absolutely
making
just basically slandering us. So before we wrap this up, Sean, I want to let people know, if they want to follow you, head over to lexandria.org. That's LEXANDRIA.
Yeah. Can I talk about that for a second?
Please go ahead.
I don't have time. Yeah. So Lexandria it's a pretty much a brand new organization, but what we're trying to do is actually build an e-learning platform with classical liberal content, really high quality educational resources for teachers, homeschool parents, things like that. We're doing that in the sort of K-12 realm. We're focused, as a lot of libertarian kind of groups are, on civics and history and political philosophy and things like that. But my ultimate goal is actually to broaden this out towards things like English literature, classics, science even, right? Like we actually really want to build a platform that is really wide and helps people educate their kids with some of these principled values in mind, right? Things like the founding principles of the United States. So that's something that I'm working on now. But yeah, so you can go there, and I would love it if everybody checked that out, especially if you're, you know, a homeschool parent or if you're an educator of any kind. I think that'd be great. But
this is the point I bring up with the homeschooling piece, my friend. If there are people on the left and the right who both want homeschooling, if we keep this Democrat-Republican thing, we never get homeschooling, because whichever side in a given state wants homeschooling, the other side says they're evil. So we could get together and say, hey, you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, but you know what? The Libertarians, we the people, they actually want homeschooling. Why don't we join with them? They become the center that we can rally around to get the one thing done that we want, right? We could do that one thing that we want and get it done. At least you get some things done. And I think RFK Jr. last year showed that if you run hard enough as an independent, you can at least impact things. You can make things work. There is a chance at it. That's why I keep pushing it. Sean, thanks so much for coming, my brother. I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
All righty. Have a good one.
Bye.
Guys, please follow him if you can. He came on, gave us some time, talked to us about what he's doing. He's trying to achieve a lot. So am I. You're only going to hear people like him. You're only going to hear ideas like his when it comes to independent parties. That's it. Why would Democrats have more? Why would Republicans have more? They don't want to, right? Oh, no, don't change things. We just want to yell other guy bad. They want to yell other guy bad. I don't. I want us to actually move things forward and make this place better. So follow guys like me, follow guys like Sean. Do that. It does matter tremendously. Also, guys, I'm asking you again, do me that favor and donate to LarrySharpe.com. It is LarrySharpe.com/donate. If you live in New York State, one more time to be clear, if you live in New York State and you give between $500 and $1,000, this is the rules. I didn't make them up. These are the rules. New York State will match 6 to 1. So if you give $5, New York State will give $30. If you give $10, New York State will give $60. If you give $100, New York State will give $600. Now, here's the other rule. You can't give more than $1,000. I don't know why, but that's the thing. You just can't, right? That's the rules they made up. So if you give $1,000, if you give $1,100, they'll match nothing. Yeah, I know. I didn't make the rules up. Don't be mad at me. That's how it works. So not just that, they'll match up to $250. Yeah. So you have to give between $500 and $1,000, and they'll match up to $250. That's how that works. So if you give me $500, thank you for $500. It's great. They will match $250 of that. So they will take $250 times 6, which is what, $1,500? Is that right? So then they'll give me $1,500. That's how that works. You're saying, but Larry, that's New York State taxpayer dollars. Yes, that they're going to just give me. The Republicans get it. Democrats get it. Everyone else gets it. I'm taking it. Imagine if I get the $500,000. I need $500,000 to be able to be eligible. When I raise $500,000, and I have it, I raised $500,000 in 2018 and 2022. If I do it now from New Yorkers, I raise $500,000. New York State will give me $3 million. I'm not joking. You give me $3 million, and I get the We the People family line, which we're working on right now to make happen. Libertarian line, we're working on right now to make that happen. I have 2 lines and $3 million. This becomes an actual winnable race. Yes, I always have a plan. I don't do this for nothing. This is my 3rd time trying this damn stuff. I've been around the block more than once. It's important to do this. And I might go, but Larry, I don't live in New York State. No worries. Please donate if you can. But the amount doesn't matter at this point. Donate what you can. I hope you can all give me $1 bazillion. That'd be awesome, right? I hope you can. But whatever you give, it's okay. There's no rules in that because there's no matching funds in that regard. However, there are 2 issues. Number one, the max you can give is $9,000. I know all of you want to give me $10,000, but please don't. Give me $9,000 or I get in trouble. So just give me $9,000. I'm kidding. But that's the maximum that New York State has decided. Another random number that New York State makes up. They decided $9,000 is the number. Why? I don't know. They just said that's the number. So that's the fair max number for whatever reason. $9,000 is the most you can give in New York State. If you don't live in New York State, go ahead. But not just that. I have a donor now who is going to match everything you give up to $9,000 because that's the max he can give. So he will match up to $9,000. So if you don't live in New York State, you're getting matched 1 to 1. If you live in New York State, you're getting matched 6 to 1. So now is the time to give. Why am I bugging you? Because now is the time to give. That's the reason. If you want to support me, you guys have known I have crossed this state, all 62 counties, every year since 2017. I'm on my 7th one right now. I'll finish my 7th one and maybe my 8th one this year, or maybe next year I'll finish the 8th one for sure, maybe my 9th one. I talk about localism all the time. You hear me yap about localism all the time. If I'm going to talk trash about localism, well, then I can't just talk the talk. I have to walk the walk. So I do. I cross the entire state. I go to Hamilton County. That's 4,500 people in. I go there every year. Every year I go there. I go to them because it does matter. This kind of stuff is important. I want to make sure that people know that I'm here. In fact, I was in one county. For those of you who may not know, there's a chance that Elise Stefanik, it looks like she's looking at running for governor. I was in one of her counties, Lewis County, about 2 weeks ago, and talking to people there, a couple of events. And more than once I heard the same, when I mentioned Elise, I'm saying, this is your area, whatever. They said, we see you more than we see her. Yeah. People across New York State know who I am. If you check my polling from 2021 and 2022, I was polling anywhere from 3 to 6%. My highest was 6%, more than once. I polled 3%, 4%, 5%, 6%. So say I average polling 5%. That's probably the average. If you go look at from Trafalgar, from Zogby, you see the polls I was in. Some polls I wasn't in, and it just said other. Other is me. Just so if you see other 7%, me. Right? Now, some of them said undecided. That may or may not have been me. But some said other, right? Or some other candidate. When you see those in the poll in New York State in 2022, that's me. So, and some of those was as high as 7%. So could it have been me and somebody else? I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. So anyway, I'm talking about 5%. 5% is with me getting my ass kicked last year. 5% is with me not being able to be on the ballot. Imagine I'm on 2 lines. I'm on Libertarian line, We the People line. I'm on 2 lines. And I got $3 million. The damage I did both times, I did with $500,000. That's how much I raised both times, $500,000. Now, $3 million. I'm talking real impact. I'm talking getting in the debates. I'm talking being on that front line. I'm talking moving New York State. You might go, Larry, I don't live in New York State. Why the hell do I care? Because everything that happens in my broken state is coming to you. You can like it. You can not like it. It's coming. If you live in Utah, it's coming slower, maybe 10, 20 years. If you live in New Jersey, it's tomorrow. But it's coming. It doesn't matter. It's coming. The garbage that happens. So I am in the front line. I just told you my congressman is AOC. I'm not making that up. You can check it. It's true. Not just that. My assemblyman is Mamdani. I literally live in the belly of the beast. That's where I live, the belly of the beast. Someone's got to be in the front line. That person would be me. If we hold them here, we hold them everywhere. That's the issue. If we hold them here, we hold them everywhere. And I would like us to hold them, because if we don't, we are in trouble. The country is in trouble. And the other problem is, you might go, but Larry, I'm concerned because, that we have to stop the Republicans, or we have to stop the Democrats, or whatever you might think. Having to stop them means that we focus only on not bad. We don't focus on good. Right? We focus on not bad. We don't focus on good. And I need us to focus on something positive. We are having so many problems here. And the reason why I'm having so many problems is because we're not focusing on the future of anything working. We're focusing instead on just stopping the other guy. What happens? We fight the other guy and we don't get anything better. It's just slow decay. So I'm trying to fix that. Let me move on if I could. I'll grab some more of these. Phil says, I gave $10. Let's get this party started. Yes. And Phil is in New York. So you gave $10 plus $60. You gave both $10 plus $60. Right? Even better because you live in New York State. Remember, between $5 and $1,000. That's the issue. Please don't give me less than 5. Don't give me 4 or 3 or 2. Give me 5. If you live in New York State, don't give me 1,001. Give me 1,000 or less. if you live in New York State, because that's how their rules work for matching funds. If you don't live in New York State, whatever, $3 is fine, $2 is fine, $2,000 is fine. Doesn't matter. Whatever you can is awesome. If you don't live in New York State, that's the rules they made up. It's not me. It's them making things up. That's all I'm saying. So I didn't make those rules. They did. That's how it works. So please follow us if we can. Roger, thank you for the $5 says New York PB Act. PB Act. I'm not sure what that is. Gives home rule to municipalities to charter their own. Oh, public bank. Thank you. Okay. New York Public Bank Act gives home rule to municipalities to charter their own public banks, Larry. Run on that and put it into the budget. I am not at all against local people creating local banks. Not at all, Roger. You know I'm not. If you want to create your own, essentially, credit union, essentially could even be in theory, could even be a city credit union or a county credit. I don't have a problem with that at all. If the local people want that to happen, let them have it. This goes back to our discussion earlier with Jack and Foe. If local people want to do this, why would I get in the way of that? The problem is we do, because we want to keep our bankers happy in New York State. And I get that. I understand why we do that. It's wrong, but I understand why you want to keep your bankers happy. I'm not concerned. If local people want to create their own local banks, go on. It's voluntary. So if you don't want to become part of it, you don't want to use it. You don't have to use it. If you think the public banking system sucks, you don't have to get your checking account there if you don't want to, but you can. But either way, to Roger's point, if it's a public bank, it gives the local people a way of building their own infrastructure how they see fit. So it doesn't matter what literally someone in Albany decides your road system should be, or whether they should fix this or fix that. You get to decide. Hey, you know what matters? These potholes matters. Build it. We need a new hospital. Build it. We needed a new school. Build it. The public bank can fix it. We need a new utility. Public bank can decide to work on this. The public bank can build infrastructure as the local people see fit, not how Albany sees fit. And will they be wrong sometimes? Of course. But the state government's wrong too. But if a local group is wrong, the local people can fix it. And they're the only ones who suffer. If they did something dumb and they screw up, then they suffer. When the state does it, everybody suffers. So Roger, I'm with you. I'm not against it at all. I think we should do it. I'm in. Yeah, I don't know the specific act. I gotta see because the only thing I worry about, and why I'm not saying I support that specific act, is I haven't read it. So I don't know if there's like some little thing in there that says it's good, except in this case, which is some terrible thing the government wins. So assuming that's not true, I would back it. And conceptually, I back the concept completely. So yes. Minor Threat says North Dakota has the only public state bank. I think it's only, Roger's been bugging me to get some people on to talk about this, and I haven't. And I've just been so overwhelmed with stuff. Let me see what I can do about that. I'm going to work on making that happen if I can. I'm going to work on that to see if I can make that piece happen. But yeah, I need to make, but yeah, I think that's the only one. And North Dakota is doing well financially, right? And that's a big issue. So Roger agrees. He says, yes. Okay, so that is true. I thought it was true, but I wasn't 100% sure. But there we go. Absolutely. So yeah, that piece is important. Christina says, issue-based politics versus other guy bad politics makes a lot of sense to me. Well, here's the issue, Christina. And let me give you an example if I could. Christina, you decide you want something to be done in New York State, whatever that thing is. And you decide you want to support, I'm going to make this up, I don't know if it's true. You want to support ending medical mandates. You don't like medical mandates, you want to end it. Okay, great. The problem is the way it works now is ending medical mandates is going to be based upon a political party. Right now in New York State, that is a Republican Party, seen as a Republican Party issue. So Democrats have to hate it. They have to. Why? Because it's a Republican issue. Now, some Democrats probably totally for it. And some Republicans probably actually don't like it, right? That's probably true. Doesn't matter. You have to follow the politics. So who gets that passed? Only whoever has the most in a political party. But imagine if we didn't have that. Instead, that issue was a, say, We the People Party issue. That's what it was. It wasn't a Democratic issue or a Republican issue. That's a We the People Party issue. What does that mean? Well, that means that people can rally around that individual. Say it's you, Christina. You're the one pushing it. And you're like, hey, I'm going to push this issue, and I'm a We the People Party local senator, local assemblyman, local whatever, local city council, whatever you are. You're going to push it. Democrats and Republicans now can go to you because you're not the enemy. You're some crazy woman who wants this crazy thing, but you're not the enemy. So some Democrats and some Republicans can jump to you and go, you know what? Yeah, I agree with that. So the Republicans who actually agree with you can jump on board without being with the Democrats because they're evil. But Democrats jump on with you and do it without being Republicans because Republicans are evil. And now you are the center of a single issue coalition just to get that one thing done. That could actually happen in a multi-party system. Now, again, we the people, libertarians, aren't going to be the major party. They don't have to be. They don't have to be. They can be the party of coalition. They can be the party of the referee. They can be the party of running things through swing vote. They can be all those things. We could have that in New York State and get the single issue that we want done. This is how we get around the other guy bad politics. And eventually, they start actually talking to each other. Believe it or not, Manchin was talking about that on Bill Maher last night, getting people together for certain reasons and actually not hating each other anymore. He says they only have, they hardly even talk to each other, which sadly is true because they can't. When they talk to each other, they get punished. But talking to you is okay. So yes, you are correct. That is the right answer. We can fix it that way. Absolutely. So yes. Daniel says, Dr. Victoria Alexandria is a knowledgeable advocate of public banking. By the way, Roger was talking to me about this other day. He was with me during my downstate trip. And Roger was talking about the idea. I was telling about the idea that she actually came up with. And Roger, you'll know this. She goes by Tori as a friend. If you're a friend, if you're not a friend, she's Dr. Victoria Alexandria. If you know her, she's Tori. But anyway, Tori is the one who gave me that idea about tying currency to infrastructure. So I told you that idea, but that wasn't originally my idea. That was her. I don't know if she made it up or she got it from someplace. I don't know, but she's the one who told me. She's the one. I give her full credit. Tori Alexander is the one who told me this idea of linking, because I was talking about creating a New York state currency. Now, you can create a state currency. You absolutely can. It's not against the law. It's against the law to create a currency that goes outside of your state. But internally, you can. I think Utah and South Dakota actually have their own local currencies, which you can use. It's legal tender within the state. You can't use that outside the state. That's against the law. That's counterfeiting. That's fighting, the petrodollar. You can't do that. But could New York State create one? It could. I was talking about creating it, calling it the Yorkie. I was talking about that, calling it the Yorkie. If you want to do that, you can. And you could link it to something versus making it a fiat currency. What could you link it to? The gold or whatever. You could do that. But one of the ideas was against you link it and towards infrastructure. So as the infrastructure becomes more valuable, the currency becomes more valuable. You can link it towards hospitals, bridges, whatever. Generally speaking, buildings that do things are easier to value and can grow in value more than, say, a bridge can, right? Generally speaking, things like a bridge or a road, generally speaking, are going to degrade. So the value's going to start going down. But maybe a hospital that keeps growing or more people go to or provides more service or brings in more revenue, whatever, could actually increase in value. So, Roger, with that piece, I want to let you know I'm not taking full credit for that. I told you it, but Tori Alexander is the one who told me. And she also supports public banking. And she's a libertarian. See, libertarians? We're not that bad, Roger. Always mad at us. We got some good ideas, too. So there we go. Daniel, also, thank you for the $20, my friend. I appreciate it. He says, Democrats will never trust Republican solutions and vice versa. That's my point. If it's a Republican solution and you're a Democrat, it's by default bad. Doesn't matter if it works. It's bad, right? If you're a Republican, it's a Democrat solution. It's by default bad. It doesn't matter if it actually works or not. But once you have another party showing up, how do I know that? When I was talking about my issues when I was running as a libertarian, I had many people come to me saying, well, what about this? What about that? They were asking me questions about my ideas and my plans. If I was a Democrat, only Democrats would ask me. Republicans would ignore me. If I was Republican, only Republicans would ask me. Democrats would ignore me. But I was a libertarian. They all were asking questions. Exactly right, Daniel. Yes. The general public will only trust libertarian solutions since we're the last adult in the room. I like that. I'm going to say you're right, Daniel. I like that. Raj, thank you for the $2 again. I'm a member of the Public Banking Institute. I got you. Yes, I know. I need to spend more time on it. There's so much stuff I'm dealing with. I fall behind on many things. That was one of them. So yes. Gene says, the lesser of two evils is still evil. True. The lesser of two evils is still evil. Absolutely. Libertarian Sam says, just under $50. Let's keep it going. Yes, guys, thank you. Libertarian Sam, I don't know if you are in New York or not. If you are not in New York, you just got matched. So now it's it's $100, 50 plus 50. If you are in New York, it got matched by 6. New York State is gonna match that by 6. So thank you for that, guys. I appreciate it. Every single bit matters. There we go. So I appreciate that. Yes. K. John says, $2. Thank you. Donated 10 plus 10. Matched my own 10. K. John matched herself. I love that. Plus the other donor will match that 20. So now we got $40. Thank you for that, K. John. I appreciate it. Every bit counts, guys. The more we raise, the better. Daniel says, by the way, yesterday I ordered 4 new Sharpe shirts. Many thanks to your daughter designer. For those who don't know, we do have a new set of Larry Sharpe campaign shirts. This is a 2018 design. Those of you who remember, old school. Hold on, see if I can find the other one. Let me go grab the other one real fast. I have the other one too. Let me see if I can grab that one real fast. That one is, all right. Yes. Okay. So the one I had on is the 2018. This is the 2022 design. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 2022 design. So 2018 design, 2022 design. And now if I can find it, I will see if I can find now hold on, if I can get it here. I will try to find, if I can, the 2026 design. Let me find it here. If I can find that here, maybe I could show you guys that one. Because there is a 2026 design too. Can I find it here? Ah, there it is. There's 2026 design. All right. I will show you that one. So you can see all the designs. We do now have 3 of them. All right. Is that the one right there? Yep. There we go. All right. Let me pop this up if I can. This one. That is the 20. Yes. There we go. That's the 2026 design. My daughter designed that one. So I've shown you the 2018, the 2022, 2026. These are all the designs. If you want to, you can head over to Zazzle if you want to and pick up a shirt. Some of you are going to say, Larry, it's a nice shirt, but it's a little bit expensive. Yes, because you're supporting the campaign. You're not buying a shirt. Please don't fool yourself. You're not buying a shirt. You're supporting the campaign and you're getting a shirt. That's how that's working. So please keep it in mind. If you want cheap shirts, this is not the place to go. If you want to support the campaign and get a shirt, please go here. Just so we're clear on what I'm asking. If you want to support the campaign and get a shirt, please go here. Right? This is not to get cheap shirts. There's other places you can get cheap shirts if you want cheap shirts. And please, if you want cheap shirts, go get them. Not mad at you for that. If you want to support the campaign and get a shirt, that's this. So there we go. That's it right there. So, all right. In any case, that is the 2016. Where's my head? That is the 2028 design. This is the 2022 design. And you can still get this design too, by the way. You can still get this design. It's still available on Zazzle. So if you want if you prefer this one, 2022 design, and then 2018 design. I don't think you can get 2018 design anymore. I think this is just for the old schoolers. I don't think you can get the 2018 design anymore. And eventually 22 design will go away also. So you can pick up any of those you want. They're all good. So yeah, any of those will work. I appreciate it. Thank you for that, Daniel. And yes, the first design, I'm pretty sure was designed by, I don't remember who designed the first design. Who just designed this one? I don't remember. I don't remember. But my daughter did the last one. That's what I know. That's what I remember. Someone in the team will remember who designed it. I actually forgot. It's bad. I probably should remember. I forgot. But in any case, so yes, different designs. I hope they're cool. I hope you like them. Again, LarrySharpe.com/donate to support, matching 6-to-1. Or, of course, you can also go to Zazzle.com and pick up one of those shirts if you want to. The 2026 design is there. 2022 design is there too. If you prefer that, you can do that. Still good. Either one. Doesn't matter. You decide what you want to decide, which one you prefer. The thing that's great for those of you who see my events, when people come to my events, very often I see people who are wearing the shirts. It's very exciting when I see it, particularly when I see the 2018 designs. I do love those. So yes. All right. Remember, guys, click the like button so that people will see this. It does matter. Please share, repost to the best of your ability. Please do that. Everywhere you can repost it, please do so. Clicking the like button does matter. And if you can give, please give. It does, man. Let me grab a couple more of these comments if I can. Liberty says vintage. It is. I'm wearing a vintage one. I am. Yes. Danny says, nice. I just donated $25 and we'll absolutely pick up a shirt. Danny, thank you. $25. You're in New York, Danny? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember if you're in New York or not. I feel like you're maybe. $25 is now $50 if you're not in New York. And of course, it's $150 if you're in New York. So awesome. By the way, thank you so much for all the help. And the shirt's also great. So yes, that is amazing. So, all righty. Let me grab a couple of these if I can. Roger Murray says, Toure's a genius. Toure's smart. I mean, she really is smart. That's true. I've tried to get her on other campaigns. So she's actually very smart. That's true. I agree. I've chatted with, she was part of my, she was part of my policy team in 2022. So yeah, that's accurate. If she's watching, I don't care if she's watching or not. She's smart. That's absolutely true. She's a savvy person. If you want to chat with her, you can check out. She ran for Congress. I think she ran for Congress a couple years back. So you can check her out. She might be able to come through and chat with you when you want to talk about stuff. She's open to talk. She really is open to talk. So it's fine. So Ryan says, Larry from the block. Oh, I like that. Larry from the block. Maybe maybe I can do that. Do you think people will think I'm as cool as J-Lo? Maybe. Also from the Bronx. So perhaps. Yes. Roger, thank you for $2. I got you with guests for your show. I know you. You bug me all the time. You're the guy who bugs me more than anybody about that. You sent me their names and numbers like 45 times. I know. I just haven't had time to grab them all and put them together in a show. The problem, some of you guys don't realize, if you do shows, if any of you do shows like this, it can be very challenging to put guests together. In fact, I'm bringing more people on to help me with that because it's very challenging to be able to find the time, find the people, find the guests, find the timing, right? So I want to do this Tuesday or whatever, and then Charlie Kirk gets shot or whatever, right? So then that happens. Or I want to do this, and then I want two people to come on, and then one can't make it, and then one cancels, and blah, blah, blah. It's not as easy as, look, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's challenging. So yeah. And then I got to figure out what's more important at any given time. I have times, you guys know, my team knows this too, where I don't even want to do a show. Like there's nothing that motivates me. And I find a reason. Or one of the reasons why I grab some of the stuff you guys send me. You guys send me things, and then I'll do a reaction on those things because there's nothing really I want to talk about. Or that thing happens to be very much in the news or happening. And then there's times when there's so much stuff going on that I don't know what to pick. So, and then to do that and then schedule this piece, and the problem with something like this, Roger, is when is the right time to talk about a public bank? Anytime. Like it's urgent. It's so urgent. It's not urgent, meaning it will always be. It's evergreen. It's always urgent. But again, Charlie Kirk being shot, that's not evergreen. That's going to be a certain time when that's going to really be required. Then afterwards, it's going to be okay, that thing happened, right? It's going to eventually that's what happens. So I got to also figure that out too. All I'm saying is not easy, and I haven't forgotten you. I still get it. I am trying. It just can be challenging is all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying by that. It is challenging. So yes. Danny is a New Yorker. Yes. There we go. It is. Thank you. I'm very glad about that. Very happy that's true. So good. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Yes. All righty. That's there. All righty. Danny, you have to come to one of my events. All right. I have to do a special invite for you. All right. Next time I'm in that area, I got to find a special time and a special invite just for you to show. So yes, I have to do that. We'll make it happen, Danny. We will absolutely make it happen. So yes. All right. So yeah, look, the issue that I have been talking about for a long time here in New York State, as I chat about all the things you guys chat about, there are three things we have to be concerned about here in New York State, and probably every state, but it's obvious in New York for one important reason. New York State loses the most people than any other state. Number one, people who leave. 300,000 per year. Last year in 2024, we took in at least 200,000 migrants last year. Now, some left, probably more came, but at least 200,000 migrants we took in. And we still lost 100,000 people. I want to say it again so you're clear on this. We took in at least 200,000 migrants, and we still lost 100,000 people. That's because we're losing 300,000 people every single year. New York State cannot handle this. It's impossible. Not just that. New York State has less people than Florida, less people than Texas, and a higher budget than both. The worst part is our budget when it comes to Florida is double. New York City's budget is more than Florida's budget, just the city. It's unsustainable. The IRS has told us, this is government numbers. The IRS has told us that New York State loses $20 billion per year due to migration. Just migration. And of course, what they'll tell you is, no, we can tax the rich. They won't leave. They're literally leaving now. Like the data is in. It's now. This horrible dystopian world they keep talking about, future, is today. That's what's happening right now in New York State. So that's an issue. So 3 things to stop that. We have to work on affordability. We have to work on opportunity. And we have to work on safety. Those are the 3 pieces. And the last piece on top of that, which is overall, is liberty. New York State has been ranked the least free state by Cato 6 years running. Take that, California. We're number 1. Take that. We are the worst state. You can't be as bad as us. California's trying. Look, Newsom's trying. I'm like, yeah, A for effort. He would like to be the least free state. But, you know, he's fighting. We're the champs. All right, you know what? We're the champs. 6 times running. You're not fighting chumps here. We are the champs. So you got to make sure you can fix that. Those are our 4 issues. Why do those 3 matter? If New York State's unaffordable, people leave. If New York State's unaffordable, families break up. If New York State's unaffordable, children leave. If New York State's unaffordable, all the seniors who worked for their pensions spend their pensions someplace else. In New York State right now, about 40% of the pensioners that we pay spend their money someplace else. They don't live in New York State. That's embarrassing. It should be 10%. It should be 40%. It should be 10%. If you've worked to get your pension, awesome, good for you. Please spend it in New York State, but I can't be mad at you. Why? Because we made a state so bad you don't want to stay. That's our fault. We have to fix that. It matters, right? It matters. Not just that. We have children who get educated here and leave. So you get education here. Okay, well then work here. No, they leave. It used to be that you would come to New York State to be somebody. Now you leave New York State to be somebody. That has to change. That's affordability. And that second piece, opportunity. Will people put up with a lot for opportunity? Yes, that was New York City for decades. New York City has been a terrible place to live for decades. But people didn't care because the opportunity was amazing. I could come to New York, make $1 gazillion, make it, be somebody. I'll put up with the garbage. I will put up with the BS because I can be somebody. Now I'll put up with the BS and I'm not anybody. Well, why am I putting up with the BS? I'm not. I'm leaving. Opportunity matters. Safety, obvious. Obvious safety. And last is liberty. Liberty is important because we need things like medical freedom. I tell it all the time. Medical freedom was always a thing, but the lockdowns, boy, did that show people what it's all about. New York State used to be a place, New York City specifically, used to be a place where we would tell people, I ain't doing what? Nothing. Get out of my way. I'm walking here, right? Get out of my way. That was New York City. That's who we were. Those days are long gone. 9/11 affected New York City horribly. It made us much more docile. It made us much more government save us, much more. And the lockdowns finished us off. For those of you who don't remember, if you live in New York City, at 7 o'clock during the lockdowns, people would come outside on their windows, or on their outside in their porches, or on their fire escapes, and we would clap for the first responders who are keeping us safe. I'm not joking. We would clap for our jailers. That's next level Stockholm Syndrome shit right there. That's next level. We clap. Yay. Thank you for imprisoning us. Thank you for that. That was New York City. That's how bad it is. It has to change. It changes by giving people opportunities and having them see a future that's brighter. That's the piece. Can I see a future that's brighter? One of the things I bring up often, and it's a big deal, but I need to bring it up again, and I bring it up often, is the idea of a New York State social trust. I call it the NIST. What is it? It's basically a sovereign fund for New York State. Larry, a sovereign fund? Why would you want that? Trump was talking about a sovereign fund already. And here's the issue with New York State. We are so dependent upon government dollars, and we have lost the institutional knowledge at the community level to support each other. So when people are in trouble, when people are failing, the communities cannot support them. We don't know how anymore. We've lost that institutional knowledge. The lockdowns prove that to be true. So we just beg for government to help us out. Well, I've got to set up a system to where the communities can relearn this so they can support it and break away from government. That's not an easy task to do. So how can I do that? Well, I've got to somehow support and then wean off of socialism. Okay. So when can socialism work? Well, it does work. It does. Wait a minute, Larry, you're a libertarian. How can you say socialism works? It does. It does under two circumstances. One, when you add capitalism and other people's money, then it's perfect. Socialism's great when it's other people's money and you add capitalism, then it's wonderful, right? A perfect example of that is Singapore and Norway. Singapore and Norway both have massive sovereign funds. What does that mean? Capitalism, literally, they're hedge funds. Basically, that's total capitalism, and it's other people's money. So, of course, everyone gets health care. And there's 5 million Norwegians and 5 million Singaporeans, and they got $1 trillion sovereign fund. For U.S. to match that, we'd have to have a $75 trillion sovereign fund. We'd have to be $75 trillion in the black versus what we are, which is 37 trillion in red. We'd have to be double what we are in the red in the black. If we were, you get health care, you get health care, you get health care, UBI. Who cares at that point? Who gives a shit? We got $75 trillion. Fine. Well, that's not going to happen in the case of America. That's a fantasy. Can we create something similar in New York State? I think we can. We create some kind of trust like this in New York State. If we do that, if we create a sovereign fund in New York State, the New York State Social Trust, within 2 years, we can pay for education. Now, I have a K-10 plan, which I'll cover later, to deal with education and how that works. But once you start paying for education from this sovereign fund, and again, sovereign fund is a separate company, not part of the government, because the government will just take it. Separate company, separate CEO, with a separate charter from the state. Once you do that, you can get rid of school tax. School tax is about 50% of everyone in New York State, about 50% of their actual property tax budget. Which means, what does that mean? Property tax is cut in half. You can cut property tax in half across New York State, literally, by doing this. You cut property tax in half, you can stabilize rents. You cut property tax in half, elderly can stay. The retirees can stay now and spend their pensions here. Add on top of that, for the seniors to stay, when it comes to property tax, once you hit 65, 5% reduction in your property tax until 85. So from 65 to 85 goes on 5%, 85 and higher, no property tax. None. They'll stay and spend their pensions here, right? But not just that. This transfers at 50% of that to family. So if the person's older, they don't want to live alone, they live with their cousin, they will live with their niece, live with their son, live with their grandkids, whatever, go live there. Half of that goes. So 2.5% per year. Wait a minute, what am I doing? I'm incentivizing families to stay together. I'm incentivizing people to spend their pensions here. Not just that, I'm incentivizing people to not go to nursing homes, which the state pays for. This is nothing but a way of saving money for the state, nothing but a way of lowering taxes and getting seniors to stay and spend. This is the things we can do. I have tons of ideas like this that we can rock and roll and make happen, but we can do it. It does work if we're not thinking just give more money. Right now, New York State's answer for everything is federal dollars, adding strings attached, increasing our budget, and nothing gets better. No one locally is empowered. Nothing good happens. I've yapped away, but I want to give you some of that. I want to bring somebody else in, if I could. Someone who is talking about economics probably better than me. I mean, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? But I'm probably better looking. That's important, right? I'm better looking. Well, maybe I'm not. He's probably good looking. I don't know. We'll find out right now. You guys can decide if you want to. I'm bringing on the man himself from the GGV Publishing Company. Yes, it is. The man himself, German Van. How are you, sir?
Hey, Larry. How you doing? Thanks for having me. Of
course. I'm happy that you are here. Economics is kind of your bag, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
So how does anyone begin to kind of understand the massive problem that many states are in? Illinois probably is in worse state than New York is, but many states are in really bad places. How can we get to understand that when all we're ever told is it's fine, federal money will come bail us out?
Well, I think the real issue is that most people don't really understand the role of government. Like what government does. And government doesn't create any value to start with. That's the problem. When people think that the government is going to come and bail them out, they think that the money that the government will use is something that is not their money. The government will use either taxes or they're going to print the money to operate the bailout. And in either case, the purchasing power of people decrease, because if the government has to use taxes, it means that they're going to increase the marginal tax rate on everybody to collect more revenue. So you have less purchasing power for your net income. If the government
hold on. Isn't the pushback to this though that okay, no, you're wrong on this, because what government does do is it provides stability, right? It provides the stability for the market. It does that. See, that's valuable.
No, that's not correct, actually, because the stability, in fact, is operate through price signals, not the government to decide what is stable and what is not stable. When you look at the Federal Reserve, for example, since this institution has been created in 1913, it has been unable to prevent economic crisis. In fact, the Federal Reserve has engineered economic crises such as the Great Depression, such as the Great Recession of 2008. So, and the subsequent recessions in between. So the Federal Reserve does not help stabilize the economy as they pretend that they do. And it's the same for government using fiscal policy. Because what government does, and the Federal Reserve by extension, is that it just distorts market signals, because they assume that people are not smart enough to regulate themselves, and they need a bunch of experts who have absolutely no understanding of what people want to come and try to regulate the economy. All it does is creating suboptimal outcomes. Because when you look at government intervention, usually the policies work in the short term, in the first 2-3 months.
A lot of people get mad at me when I tell them this. I tell them that, look, the reality of it is, when they're often able to fool us, because in the short term, it does work. The market takes time to kind of fix and to adjust. And in that time, when the market's adjusting, they claim victory. See, look, it's working. And then the market corrects and go, oh, it's the evil capitalists who've wrecked the good things we were doing.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's exactly how it works. But in the long term, now we see the real effect of those policies. And we can literally take COVID, right? So COVID happened. And I don't know if the people who work at the Federal Reserve, they're deliberately stupid, or if they just didn't study economics at all. They saw that COVID happened. They shut down the economy. So production stopped. But people keep demanding goods and services. So instead of halting also demand, what did they do? They printed money.
Yes.
And in the short term, it worked, because now people felt more empowered since they have more money in their pocket. So they spend. But in the long term, what happened? Inflation happened. And it's still been going since 2021. And it wasn't until last week that Jerome Powell decided to cut rates for once.
Yes.
So it tells you
I don't think it's stupid. I think, this is my view. I think they honestly have an ideological belief system that blinds them. I think they honestly believe that they are the smarter ones, that their ideology is the best ideology. And guys like you and I are just, you need to go to the same schools. You don't really need to have the same people. You don't really know what we know, right? We're the elites. You guys aren't. So you don't get it. I think they honestly believe that.
I agree with you. But what I think is interesting is how they don't see the evidence since the Great Depression. Even before the Great Depression, we had a very small recession in the early 1920s. And that was a perfect example of the market regulating itself. And they still didn't learn from that. It's people like thinking that the government has to step in
Yes.
In order to start the recovery process. Again, as we both agreed, like it only provides short-term outcomes, positive outcomes. And it's those short-term positive outcomes that they focus on. And they, as you said, they claim victory and think that, okay, now the economy has stabilized. No, like what you just did is planting the seeds of the next recession.
Yes, absolutely. So look, guys, if you want to follow him, please head over on Twitter. And it's pronounced Germinal G-Van, is that right?
Yeah, Germinal G-Van, correct.
Yes. So G, if you're listening, not J, if you're listening, it's GERMINAL GVAN. Follow him on X and Twitter. See what he's doing. He's got a publishing company where people are putting out books. You can buy some books if you want to. Please grab that too. That link is on X. So if you go on X, you'll see that link there also. Grab some stuff there. See what he's doing. It does matter. But I want to tell you a story if I could.
Sure.
This is what I mean by this. My day job, I'm a teacher and a trainer. That's what I do. I do a lot of training when it comes to like leadership, business, stuff like that. So this is a couple years back. I am teaching a class for a New York City agency. So all the people in the room, about 25 people in the room, if you can imagine, youngest one is maybe 30, oldest one is maybe 60. So between 30 and 60, all of them educated and or credentialed. They work for the New York City, I don't want to say which agency before, an agency in New York City. They work for a New York City agency. So they all work for government. They are either credentialed and or educated. Now, the people who brought me aboard knew I was a libertarian. They knew how I spoke and just said, look, Larry, don't bring up politics unless like they ask you as a break. And I said, no worries. So I teach my class, don't say anything. So unless there is a break, so not during class time, and someone asks me, I can't talk politics. And I said, fine, I'm getting paid. I'm doing my job. I'll shut my mouth and do my job. No worries. So it's during a break. And during a break, there's a bunch of people talking. And they say, and one of the guys says, man, I'm so glad we had the Fed. The Fed saved us during the 2009 crash. He actually said that openly. I can't say anything. So I keep my mouth shut. I don't say a word. But then one guy asked me, he goes, hey, Larry, you're into politics. We think that's true, right? And I'm like, now you messed up. Now I can talk, right? Now I can talk. So all I do is this. And I didn't want to attack because I thought that might make them angry. I didn't. Yeah. All I said was, hey, do you guys know that the Fed is not part of the federal government? It's basically just a private banking cartel. They went, no, it isn't. I said, yeah. It's a private banking cartel. Yeah, it is. No, that's not true. And I said, no, that's what it is. I said, you got your phones. Look. And you see them all looking on their phones. And all of a sudden, what do you hear? What? What? Oh, my God. Like they had no idea. Yeah. And that's what I want to bring up to your attention to say that I think this is our biggest issue. Yeah. There's a belief system that is completely not part of the reality. Most people believe that the Fed is part of the government, and it is the reason why things are good, not why it's bad. They believe that in their hearts. And I think a lot of people do believe that. They're just wrong. Their ideology, to answer your question, blinds them. They cannot see it because of their ideology. This is why I was not fighting to end the Fed. I was fighting to audit the Fed. And the reason why I make that distinction is ending the Fed, people are afraid. They think there's going to be shooting in the streets for gas and killing people. They can't imagine not a Fed, right? Yeah. But when you say audit the Fed, you recognize something. Legally, we can't just audit the Fed. It's not part of the government. Yeah. So when you try to audit the Fed can say no. The Fed's already saying no to Trump firing people. They're saying no. Why? They're a private company. The president can't fire people in private companies. It's not a thing. Yeah. So this is why I bring this up. That's why I want to say that I think, to answer your question, I don't think they're stupid. I think they're ideologically blind. That's my view. What do you think?
No, I think you're correct. I think like they're not just looking at the evidence, the historical evidence of what the Fed has created. And there's one thing I want to bring to your attention regarding the role of the Fed. And first of all, yes, the Fed is not a branch of the government. However, it acts as the bank of the government. Yes. And when you look at the Constitution of the United States, the Article 1 empowers the federal government to regulate money through coins. so gold and silver. So that means that precious metals are money by default. And then now you have the Fed printing paper. There's nothing stating in the Constitution that it is the role of the government to print paper. So, and because the Fed is not a federal branch of the government, it's not a federal agency like the Treasury is, therefore the Fed now has the power, the unconstitutional power, to print money as much as it can. And the reason is this, because the gold standard was it was a real constraint for government spending.
Yes.
And that's why Nixon wanted to get rid of it.
Right.
You know, they say that, you know, the gold standard, like it wasn't as stable, you know, whenever we needed money and stuff like that. No, it was because the government, first of all, is extremely reckless in its spending. Government spends more than it generates in revenue. And
Always.
The government is not interested in producing surplus for a reason. Because the more it spends, the more it increases its power over the electorate.
Yeah.
That's why the government has no incentive to generate a surplus, which is the political term.
But there's something else, though. People, I mean, someone's got to pay for the bombs that were bombing people. Right? Someone's got to pay for it, right? Bombs aren't free. Somebody got to pay for the bombs.
Right there, exactly. Exactly. And as you know, like surplus is the political term for profit in business. We know that in the world of business, you cannot run a business over the long term without generating a profit at some point. We all know that, yes, the tech companies, for now, they focus on growth, so they accumulate a lot of debt and stuff like that. But eventually, they have to produce a profit because of the profit motive. But in government, it's the opposite.
Yes.
They want to produce deficits and increase the national debt because that empowers them to create more laws, to actually do CPR on the laws that previously failed, because that's how the power increased.
Well, I like that. Do CPR on the laws that failed. I'm so going to steal that. I love it. and I'm going to give you no credit. I'm going to act like I made it up. I'm not even going to give credit. That's good. That's good. No, so I guess I want to go to the next piece then. Mm-hmm. You do a lot of books, right? Yes. That's a big part of what you do.
Yes.
How does that work? I feel like we have to start moving towards some form of entertainment. This is almost like, you know, I had Sean Malone on before you. Mm-hmm. It's almost like Sean's talking about, you know, making movies and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I feel like school can't do it. Like it's got to be like books and movies and shows and podcasts. Yeah. Like it has to be that. Why did you pick books to be yours versus anything else?
Well, I picked books because first and foremost, I am fundamentally a writer before being a publisher. So I started writing for a very long time. And I published my first book I self-published my first book in 2018. And then I knew that I was good at writing. So once I published my first book, it was it was a real fulfillment for me, like a personal ambition that I finally realized. So I saw that I had something that I could capitalize on. So I started writing a lot. And as I've been writing a lot, I also started sharpening my editing skills. So I started editing and doing the pagination. I started to really professionalize my books, and then I was like, okay, well, I guess I can have a publishing company from there. And then that's how it went. But yeah, I'm fundamentally a writer. And then I saw that since I have writing and publishing skills, I want to help others too, especially in the liberty space, to express their views, because writing is a form of freedom of expression.
Sure.
Yeah. So some people, they rather go on debates. I rather express my views through writing. So yeah.
So let me then ask the harder question, I think, in this regard is AI is affecting everything.
Yes.
Right. I'm sure it affects your business.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure someone's going to say, you libertarian people see AI is going to kill us all. Right. It's your fault, libertarian people. Right. But how do you handle that in your own business? I'm sure AI is affecting your business too.
Yeah. I mean, so I have a very entrepreneurial spirit, so I see everything as in terms of opportunities. Okay. So to me, like, first of all, I use AI for research. So, for example, like I've always wanted to write the biography of a political leader at some point. And, you know, instead of like traveling, going to libraries, I can use AI from home to do the research. So that's number one.
Got it.
And number two, I can use AI as a virtual assistant. So, you know, my business from my business side, I cut costs. So of course, like it would be good to give a job to someone else, but if I can save money and use AI to do that very same job, then why not? Because you have to pay payroll tax, you have to pay all these other form of taxes. So with AI, there's none of that. So to me, like personally, AI plays a positive role in my business.
Okay, I like that. Let me grab a couple of comments here. Liberty Lady says, Germano has a lot of short reels on his media too. He's definitely pro-freedom.
Yeah, very much.
You're definitely pro-freedom. There we go. Libertarian Sam says, great guest. So you got some fans there. That's good. You got some. There we go. I like that. Ryan says, Lindsey Graham should pay for all the bombs. The notice. I agree. Let's get Lindsey Graham to pay for it. Then we don't have to worry about paying for the bombs. That's true. I like that. That's very good. I do appreciate that. So before we wrap this up, is there something that we should be talking about, something that I've missed, something that you would like us to bring up?
Actually, yes.
Please.
You're running for governor in New York. What is your profound stance on the candidacy of Zoran Mamdani? I know I'm pretty sure I have an idea of where you stand on that, but I'd like to have a more profound assessment of your views on Zoran's policies.
Zoran Mamdani, I know him. I've met him. I've interviewed him. He's actually a very nice guy. If you meet him on the street, you would probably like him. He's a nice guy. You'd be like, hey, how you doing, man? He's a nice guy. His personality comes through, and that's one of the reasons why he's successful. He's very personable. You can like him a lot if you see him. He is a symptom. He's not the problem. He's a symptom. And it's a symptom of New Yorkers being unhappy. New Yorkers recognizing that the system isn't working. What they've been telling us is not working. The establishment is failing. But the problem in New York City is 6-1 Democrat to Republican, which means they have been taught for decades. Republicans are evil. Republicans are wrong. Republicans are bad. So those Democrats are not going to go Republican. So they can't see the established Democrat as viable because it doesn't give them what they want. They've been voting that way for literally decades, and it's been failing. The Republicans are bad and evil. So what do? They go further left. The idea I bring up often on my show is when you give people who are in trouble two options, a bad answer or no answer, they take the bad answer. The establishment has no answer. Mamdani has bad answers, but they're answers.
They're answers,
So when I say I'm in trouble, I'm struggling in New York, I can't find a good job, I can't get an education, I can't find a boyfriend or girlfriend, I can't have children, I'm having other problems, I'm hating my life right now. And what does Cuomo say, or what does anyone else say? Oh, stuff that means nothing, same old stuff. Mamdani says, I'll freeze your rent, free buses. And I go, okay,
Especially when they hear free. Well, when they hear the word free, they're all hooked. It makes sense.
Absolutely. But even if he didn't say free, if he said cheap buses, it would still be an answer. What Mamdani has done very well is address the problems. And to be forward, what most Democrats do better than most Republicans is finding the problem and announcing the problem. They're very good at that.
Socialists are really good at that. But the problem is that in doing what they're doing so well is that the solutions they are suggesting are exacerbating the problem.
Yes. Their solutions are terrible, but their problem is great. The problem is most Republicans, at least in my state, their answer is there's no problem. Shut up.
And that's bad.
That's terrible. They have no problem. Shut up. But that's not going to work. I my rent is crazy. I need to pay my rent. I want to have a family. I can't do that. And Republicans in New York go, shut up. And Democrats go, shut up. And then Mamdani says, free buses. So I go, okay, I'm going to take me some free buses.
Yeah.
That's what I say. So that's what I think it is. I think most New Yorkers don't actually understand his policies. Yeah, and to be forward, they don't care. They see some hope within him.
Yeah.
And there's no hope anyplace else. And people want hope more than anything. And he provides that. I just think that's true. That's my view.
Yeah, he does. He does.
And what I'm trying to do myself is provide some hope. I'm trying to follow the Mamdani model. I'm trying to,
especially for the right cause.
Yes, I'm trying to find some hope so that we can move things forward. That's what I'm trying to do. So I appreciate that. Guys, do me a favor. If you're watching this, please follow him on X/Twitter. His links are all there. I just showed you a link to his actual website. His website is, hold on, it is ggvpublishingcompany.com. If you want to check that out also, please see what he's doing over there. He's got a lot of cool books that if you want to look at this, all of these. And of course, my man, Thomas Sowell, who I adore, is right there. So good to go right there. So, and most people don't know Thomas Sowell used to be a Marxist.
Yeah,
that's amazing. And he actually turned. So yeah, so here's all the cool stuff here. Please check him out if you could. I would appreciate it. Germano, I want to say thank you for coming. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Larry. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All righty. Have a good one. What a great guest. People who are talking about how we can move forward. And he asked important questions, which I think was important. So yeah. Ryan says, I'm shocked that people will vote for free shit over shut up. Yeah, yes. Literally, that's true. They will. You would think they might not, but no, they do. They're kind of into it. They're kind of into free stuff versus shut up. It's true. Absolutely true. So hopefully we can do something better than shut up. That would be nice. Hopefully we can. So let me grab some of these if I can. Kayjon says, Missy, I'm here for the duration. I'm running on my phone, my computer, and the TV. So I don't have to get up to miss a beat. Kayjon, you are the best. Thank you so much, Kayjon. You are the best. I appreciate that tremendously. Yes, guys, a lot of them are paying attention. I appreciate that. Danny says, I just got the campaign shirt. Finally, I've been meaning to do this for years. I appreciate it, Danny. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. We do have the new shirts out, the 2026 version. As I showed you, this is the 2018 version. The 2022 version, if you prefer this one, is still out. You can get this one if you want to. So there is still the 2022 version. If you prefer, it's okay. Or as I showed you, the new 2026 version, pick the one that you like. They're all good, right? They are all good. So yes. All righty. People are talking about where they found me, which is kind of funny. Shelly says, hold on, if I can grab Shelly, she said something kind of cute, which I thought was interesting. I got to find it here. Did I miss it? All right. I think I've missed it. Hold on. There was something interesting here I wanted to bring up. All right. Of course, now that I want it, I can't find it. All right. So basically, I'm a liar. I wanted to find something cool and I can't find it. Let me go through some of these more comments from the top if I can. There are so many comments popping up and I want to make sure that we are doing that. All right. Shelly says, given that the AG office has been vacated by James, just listing primary residence outside of New York, should we demand that she resign immediately? Of course we should demand that she resigns, but in reality, her argument is that she didn't say that. That's why it has to go to court, Shelly. Her argument is that would be silly for someone to think that is. Clearly, her niece made a mistake. She's blaming her niece. That is her defense. So, yeah, that is her defense. Legally, you are correct. All I'm saying is that's not what she's saying. She's saying something else. Guys, I want to go back to this if I could. I'm glad you're enjoying our guests. I have more coming. We're not done. We're only about halfway through. We got more coming, right? Of course we do. The reality of it is we will have more people showing up, but this is really number one. It's a talk. It's an AMA, which I'm taking questions, but it's also a fundraiser. For you to understand, for my endeavors next year, I need cash. It's how it works. And as I've been talking about it, the way we do this is by getting two lines, the We the People line and Libertarian line. If we can get both lines, that's the goal, is to get both lines. Each line will cost at least $250,000 to get. I'm not joking. That's how much it costs. At least that. It will take time, money, energy, volunteers, the whole deal. It will be a lot to do that, but we can do it. How do we do it? By matching funds. There are two ways of matching funds. Number one is New York State. New York State matches 6-1. Once I raise $500,000, New York State will give me $3 million. I'm not joking. You give me $3 million, this becomes a winnable race. That's not a joke. That's real. This becomes a winnable race. And they know that. It does. Now, Larry, $500,000. I raised that in 2018 and I raised it again in 2022. So I've already raised $500,000. Here's a challenge. In this case, $500,000 that they, for them to match, must be from New York State residents. There's the challenge. Not just that. This is specific about what you can give. You can give, if you're a New York State resident, I want to be very clear. If you're a New York State resident, you can give between $5,000 and $1,000. So don't give me $4. Don't give me $1,100. Don't do those. Anywhere in between $5,000 and $1,000. They will match if you live in New York State. You give me $4, I get $4. You give me $5, they will give me an additional 30. So you just gave me $35. So please do not give me $4 if you live in New York State. Give me $5, do the extra dollar, so I get the 30. Give me $100, they give me $600. Give me $1,000, they give me $6,000. I'm not joking. No, they don't. That's not true. They only match the 250. Sorry, they match 250. It's the other rule. This is the rule they made. They made the rules, not me. Don't be mad at me. I didn't make them up. You can only give between $5,000 and $1,000, and they will match up to 250. So they'll give me $1,500 if you give me 250 or more. Now, if you give me $1,100, this is crazy. They'll match nothing. I know. I didn't make the rules up. This is the rules. So if I get enough people to give me $1,000, right? 500 people give me $1,000, and 250 here, 100 there, 5 there. New York State will give me $3 million. I'm not joking. This is matching funds. If you're not in New York, give me whatever you can give me. I'm happy to take your money. Please bring it. It matters. You know I'm going to spend it. You've seen me do it before. This is my 3rd time. You've seen me do it. You know I'll run. You know I'm out there. You know I'm not playing around. You know I'm serious. Every time I run, I have a plan. I try to make that plan work. That plan worked well in 2018. I got ballot access. We changed a lot. We had 107 local victories. We changed New York State. Then they crushed us in 2020. My plan in 2022 failed miserably. It was a horrible campaign. We collapsed in 2022. Did not work. 2018 worked well. 2020 didn't. And some of you got mad for 2022. Too goddamn bad. I was up against a goddamn giant and I lost. But you know what? I'm back up again. And we're trying it again. So stop complaining about 2022. I bring it up. I feel the pain more than any of you. Be very clear. And if you're mad about 2022, I feel the pain far more than you. Far more. I suffered more than you. I don't want your sympathy. I'm not saying that because I want your sympathy. I'm saying that so you can stop complaining. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to stop complaining. That's why I say that. What I want, not your sympathy, I want you to stop complaining and get on board. Yes, we fell down. We're back up. Yes, we fell down. We're back up. We've won before and we've lost. And now we win again. So get back up, stop complaining, and get on board. Give me $5 to $1,000 if you live in New York State. And that's good. $5 is good. I'm not complaining. Please. And then you can give $5 and $1,000. Please give so we can start moving forward. Number 1. Number 2, if you don't live in New York State, please still give. I have a donor who is matching up to $9,000 of whatever we raise today. So even though you may not live in New York, your gift still gets, your donation still gets matched. It gets matched 1-to-1, not 6-to-1, but it gets matched either way. So if you don't live in New York State and you give me $10, I get 20. Give me $100, I get 200. So either way, it will be matched up to 9,000 because 9,000 is the max you can give in New York State. Yet another random number. New York State makes up numbers. It just says, we're going to do this now. We'll do that now. It just makes up random numbers. So it decides that between 5 and 1,000, and then it decided $9,000, I don't know why, but it did. That's the numbers. That's why I'm bugging you. Please help out. It does matter. I'm asking you to donate because it matters. If we raise that $500,000, we will get $3 million. This is literally a winnable race. All we need is 2 lines. Now, for those who don't know, in New York State, we have what's called fusion voting. In a case of fusion voting, it means I can be on 2 lines at the same time, which means I can get the We the People line, which is RFK Jr.'s party. And not just can I get the We the People line for the RFK Jr. party, but I could also get Libertarian line. So I could run on 2 lines simultaneously in New York State. It's called fusion voting. It's in a couple states, but it's really only used in New York State. You can do it in other states too, but they don't really do it. But it's I think 7 states you can legally do it, but it's only really done in New York State. So in that case, I would run on 2 lines. All the votes combined matter. So it doesn't matter, right? Right now, if Elise Stefanik runs for the Republicans, it looks like she will. She'll get the Republican line and the conservative line, 2 lines. And Hochul, the current governor, our current queen, Her Majesty Queen Kathy, first of her name. She will run along with the working families. She'll have 2 lines. But then Larry Sharpe could run 2. And Larry Sharpe has We the People and Libertarian. 2 lines, 2 lines, 2 lines. Add $3 million. This is a winnable race. This can be done, right? And that piece is important. Why does it matter? Because if I'm able to get 2 local party lines, like I did before, I got 1, I can get 2, even if I don't win. And again, it becomes a winnable race, but say I don't win. We now have 2 local parties. 2 local parties means single issue voters, things getting done, things being completed, the state changing, getting better. And most importantly, my push has always been localism. That's all I ever do. I push localism again and again and again. Let Brooklyn be Brooklyn. Let Wyoming County be Wyoming County. Let Rensselaer County be Rensselaer County. Stop doing that. It's important, right? No matter what party you are part of, you can donate. Whether you consider it Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Green, whatever you consider yourself, you can donate. If you want New York State to get better, if you want a real referee, if you want localism, LarrySharpe.com/donate. Speaking of localism, I'm bringing on another person, another guest, which I'm sure you will enjoy. You've enjoyed all my guests. You'll enjoy this one too. Why? Because I say so. You will do so. Please do so. Another New Yorker, which is awesome. I'm trying to bring on some more New Yorkers if I can. She is actually I think she's actually out of Rensselaer County, if I'm not mistaken. She will tell me if I'm wrong. The one and only Jennifer O'Connor. How are you?
Good. How are you doing, Larry? And you're right, it's Rensselaer County.
There we go. Yes, I know. Yes, I go to Rensselaer County every year, and I've been there many times. And there's one of the is the Greenwich Diner. I go there.
We have Alexis Diner, and you were recently at the Scotticoke Fair this year. So thank you for coming by.
Absolutely. Yes, I was there too. So I do pop in and say hi to people all the time. I do appreciate that.
That's right. You were just here not that long ago. We appreciate you coming by. I know a lot of people really looked forward to seeing you there. I wasn't able to make it that day, but I'm glad that you were able to make it.
Yes. And the thing that I consider myself blessed that even though I didn't do well in 2022, that people still remember me. Like when I'm out there, people go, "Oh, I remember you. That's the Larry Sharpe guy," right? So that's kind of cool. I do enjoy that. That part is one of the things I enjoy about traveling across New York State, seeing that. So, but that's enough about me. Jennifer, tell me about what your organization is doing.
So locally, we meet every other month at this point at Alexis Diner, and we're always looking for more volunteers to come help us out, help organize, and just get out there in the community and spread that message. We have a good group of volunteers. We're pretty consistent, but we are always looking for more. And you don't have to be libertarian. You can be any other party. You can be independent, not affiliated with a party at all. And we would still love to have you and still like to hear your ideas. And just to help us with outreach and really a lot of other things. The more people, the better. So if you are ever free, our next meeting is October 1st, Wednesday at Alexis Diner at 6:30. Come on by.
The thing that I want to push about what you're doing is you are literally getting local people together to do local things, which is very challenging to do. It's a whole lot harder than it's been because we've kind of lost a lot of those community and civic groups, right? If you look at places like I'm a member of the American Legion. You look at like the American Legion, we struggle. VFW, we struggle. I'm not a member of VFW, I'm a member of American Legion, but they struggle, right? Even places like, I don't know, the Knights of Columbus. I mean, that used to be, they struggle. Elks Club going away. Can you see an Elks Club? I don't remember. That's like one in Queens or something. You hardly ever see them anymore. So this is something important. Are you struggling, or have you found the secret sauce? Like what's going on?
We're maintaining status quo. I think we'll have once we get more people in, I think they'll stay with us. We try not to put too much pressure on members to do, as much as you can give, we appreciate it, but we understand time's limited, money's limited. Yes. So if you could just come and hang out with us, sometimes, even if it's just a social gathering for you, we still appreciate the time that you're taking out and meeting with us and sharing those thoughts. So
I think grab a couple things on this here. Yeah. You're hitting valid points. The first one is, I tell people all the time when I go to events, showing up matters. Because showing up lets people know you're not alone. Many times people who are unhappy with the system, they're sitting at home and they're pissed off and they're angry and they can't imagine. They're like, why does nobody care? It's just me. Oh my God. And then they go and show up. And I feel like at that point when they show up, they feel like, oh my God, I'm not alone. I'm not the only one who thinks this way. It's almost like a camaraderie, isn't it?
That's right. Absolutely. I mean, if you're feeling politically homeless, come check us out. I mean, we'll be a home for you. Even if we don't agree on everything ideologically, you can still come and hang out with us. And it does feel good to just be able to share your ideas, I feel like, in a low pressure setting and knowing that, we're here to hear them. And just, it's good. It's good to get out and connect with people. I think it's mentally healthy, socially healthy.
Yes.
And then, you can build from there. Absolutely.
Well, if you looked recently, you saw Michael Smirkanish this morning on his show talked about the idea of kind of young men failing. And then last week on Crystal Ball on Crystal and Friends, she was talking about how the black-pilled killer is the lost young man, right? And I think a lot of that is due to a lack of community. I said on Rogan back in 2018, what's killing our kids? Lack of purpose, right? Lack of community and loneliness. And I think groups like this, the reason why I like your group is not just because it's social. It is, but it isn't just social. It's also purposeful, right? Going to a dance club is social, and that's fine. I'm not against dance clubs. Enjoy dance clubs. If you like dancing, please go dance. But that's not purpose. That's just fun. But your group is fun and social, but also purpose. Am I right here?
No, you're absolutely correct. We do share that common purpose where we are trying to advance the idea of liberty and just freedom overall. That is something that we do all have in common. And it does help with, I think maintaining our members, but just feeling like we're doing something good. We're not just going there and, spending time hanging out. That is fun, but it does feel like we're pushing something forward that's greater than ourselves. And that's really just, it's internally rewarding. And it's not something that you can find everywhere you go.
Yeah. And the other piece is a lot of times people don't understand how important local is and how much impact you can actually make, right? If I'm trying to get my senator to do something, that's challenging, right? Like to get my senator to do something, how many people do I have to get to show up at the Capitol? How many people do I have to do to call them? It's a lot. But my city councilman, I can move her if I want to, right? I can get people to show up at her office because it's local. They can just drive there, right? So they can just go there, right? It's not like I have to fly people into Albany or something or fly them to DC or whatever. Or I can just, hey, do me a favor on Thursday at 7, show up here. And the guy's like, yeah, I'll be there, right? People can drive and go there and do things. You can move them. If you get someone at a congressman or a senator to get 15, 20 phone calls, so what? A city councilman, they're concerned. Wait a minute, I got 20 phone calls and 50 people showed up at my door. Okay, I got to think about some changes now. I may have to change something right now. Something could happen. And I think people don't get that there's actually power at the local level.
There is, and there's a lot of power at the local level. I know we connect a lot with some of our local politicians, even in other parties, and try to connect with them where we can. Obviously, we can't connect with them and on all points, but where we can, it's important that we feel heard and that we are heard. And I think that we are on that local level. I think that there's respect for all of the groups within Rensselaer County. And when they see us out in the community and doing things, like when we volunteer with the street soldiers of Rensselaer, or when we're at the fair and we're with the other political party tables, they see that we're out there and that people are interested in us, and they want to kind of access what we have that's drawing people in. What do you have that you're offering people that, is bringing them to your table? Because obviously they want to capitalize on that too, for their own, even if it's for their own benefit, but it's still good to feel heard. I mean, I think like you said earlier, we have about 300,000 people leaving the state, and it's probably because they don't feel heard. So if you can have that local level, meeting or group where you can get together and feel heard, even within your group, it makes a big difference, I think, in just retention and also just morale. And it's important. It really does do things. It's not just a feeling. It really makes an actual difference when you can get people together, you can strategize, you can create those groups, whether for a campaign or otherwise, to really move a movement forward. You do need to start at that local level. And I'm 100%. Glad that, we're able to do that here in Rensselaer County.
Liberty Day says local better than national every effing time.
That's right.
Well, there's something else about that, right? It's very hard, as I was talking to my previous guest, it's very hard to create hope on a national level. Sometimes you can, but it's challenging to do so. but you can actually get hope at a local level much easier because you can find a local victory. Like you want to, change where the traffic light goes. Like, I mean, that's small, but that's like, wait a minute, we did that. We wanted it on 5th Street and now it's on 6th Street. We made a change. We did something. Oh my God, let's keep going. And I think the constant feeling of failure or the feeling of why bother is very common. And local can give you the, wait a minute, you know what? We can do something. And then I think, what's the old saying? Small victories create big victories.
That's right. That's right. And if you plant those seeds, they grow. You can't harvest what you don't sow.
That's true. Yes. Now tell me about this street soldiers group you just talked about.
So we haven't been involved with them in a few months, but I'm hoping to get back into it this year. So it's a great group because locally they don't ask questions when it comes to who they're helping. If you need help, you can go right there and they have tables set up with food items, pantry items, household cleaning, hygiene items, and you don't have to go through a state run organization where you're giving all of your personal information, because there's some people that either don't feel comfortable or can't do that or wouldn't qualify immediately when they need these resources immediately. So
Right.
Street Soldiers Rensselaer is a great group because they don't ask questions. You can just go. They meet I believe it's the first Saturday of the month, every month, and you go there, get what you need, and you can leave. They're not going to follow up, or anything's not going to, nothing will be taken out of your taxes or anything like that. You get to get what you need and go with dignity. And it's there's, I think, a few groups maybe throughout the state. I know there's one in Albany, and I believe there's another one. I'm not sure what county. So they do have a couple groups in different counties if that's something people are looking to be involved in.
I don't understand what you just said. So you're saying I can actually get stuff without government being involved? I think that's impossible. Wait a minute.
That's right. And not only that, you can get it faster and you can get exactly what you need. You don't have to go by, a certain model here. You can get what you need and leave what you don't need. So
I am blown away that such a thing could exist. I thought only government could give me anything. Oh my God. That's amazing. But you brought up something else, which is dignity. Mm-hmm. And I want to touch this next piece if I could, which most people don't understand when it comes to local. And this is going to sound weird, but I hope the audience and you will hear me out. If someone's in trouble, let's say I'm in trouble paying my rent, whatever, right? I'm in trouble. If I go to my local people, some group, some association, whatever, and I say, hey, look, Jennifer, I'm in trouble. I need some help. And you go, I got you, Larry. And you go to the group and they find the cash and they help you out. They either pay it, give you some cash, whatever the case, they help you out in some way. Maybe they can't pay you rent. Maybe they take care of your kids for a couple of weeks. You can go work, whatever. They do something that helps you so you can cover that gap and get yourself back in action, and now you're ready to rock and roll. If I'm the guy who does it, if I go there and I do it, and I come to you and you help me out, I now feel beholden to the organization. I feel beholden to you. I came to you, Jennifer, I said, can I have help? And you went, yeah, I got you. So now when you say, hey, Larry, next Saturday, we need someone to man the table at so-and-so group. I go, I got you. I'm in. I'm coming. Why? Because when I was in trouble, you said, yes, you need someone to be at that table. I'm there. Now, I don't have the cash. We know that. But I got time. So I'm going to show up and I'm going to bring my kids. I'm going to show up. I'm going to bring my kids. Why? Because I feel beholden to you. I feel connected to you. I want to pay it back. Not just that. When someone else is in trouble and they come to me, I'm going to go, yeah, I got you because Jennifer had me. So now I got you now. That's going to happen. And you build community through the failures and successes that everyone handles. Now, let me change that. Now I'm in trouble. Same thing. And I go to the government and I say, hey, government bureaucrat, I'm in trouble. Can I have help? And they go, hold on, fill out the form, whatever. And the check comes in the mail next week. What do I feel like then? I feel like I deserve this. I'm entitled because I'm a citizen. That money, as a matter of fact, I go back and I complain to them. And I say, why my check takes 6 weeks or whatever? I get mad. How come I only got this when I should have got that? In fact, maybe I haven't sued them. Everything, I still got helped. But when I get helped by a community, I want to connect us together. When I get helped by government, it's an entitlement. I don't care to help the government. It's big. I don't want to give it back. In fact, I'm going to take advantage of it. The entire mindset changes. Am I wrong here?
I can understand certainly where you're coming from. I think that there are a lot of people with that mindset, for sure.
Yes, I see it constantly. But when people are local, they don't think that way. Mm-hmm. They think, I want to help out. I want to help out. They think that. And I want them to want to help out. I want to engage. Here's the next piece I'll bring up. When you have young men who are lost, when you give them a purpose of helping others, they become unlost. And you'll see them grow in other ways. And healthier, stronger men generally means happier women, right? Because they have a lot of healthy, strong men to choose from for either romantic relationships, for friend relationships, family relationships. They have a bunch of strong, healthy men to choose from. That's not bad. Am I wrong here?
You're not wrong. And then when you take care of yourself and your health as well, you can also carry whatever torch you're carrying further. You take whatever cause is important to you and push it forward without getting burnt out as fast. So it's so important to take care of yourself, and it's important to take breaks when you need to. But yes, health all around, social, mental, physical, very important, especially when you're doing things involved with politics. You need it. You do need to take care of yourself as well.
Absolutely. So let me grab a couple of comments if I could. Shelly says, in rural areas where the grocery store is 14 miles away, we do this for each other. Yeah, community becomes natural. I agree. Ryan says, I like this idea of community from Jen. You got a fan, Jen.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan.
There we go. Phil says, great point. Allowing people to help where they can makes them part of a community. That's the piece I see. Yes, I think that gets them to that point of when they're part of the community, it matters, right? That I think it really does help, 100%.
And you did touch, Larry, on earlier, time being a valuable resource. Honestly, it's as valuable, if not more valuable than money. I think sometimes people think when they get involved, it's about the money. We, specifically our organization, we really just need more time. If we can get more time to go out there and do outreach, that is just so important, would really help us out a lot. And I'm sure other local groups too, just spreading the message. So you do not need to have money. You don't need to have just time. Like if you have anything, time, money, just strategy, anything that you can share, if you can share your ideas, that's very important to building the movement.
Absolutely. Social with a purpose. Get out and meet each other. Every conversation matters. That's true. That is, oh my God, that's so true. That's why I like this social with a purpose. And not only will that work, the thing that's cool is you'll also meet people for friendship. You'll meet people for romance. You'll meet people for business. You'll meet other people where it will carry over into other things that matter. If you're looking for a business partner, you could find one. You're looking for a romantic partner, you could find one. Looking for more friends, you could find it. You could find all those things there because you're meeting people. It's exactly correct. And to be forward, a lot of us as Americans are struggling to meet people. We're almost losing the skill set on how to meet people. So I think that this is great. I appreciate it. Before I wrap this up, Jen, is there anything we should be talking about? Something we should, but before, hold on 1 second. You can follow her if you want to on Twitter/X if you want to at LP Rensco. That is LPRENSCO on Twitter/X. Anything else we should be talking about?
No, I mean, really, if you wanted to check out the LPNY page to look for your local affiliate, if you don't have one, don't be discouraged. You can start one and it is not hard. And there are people out there to help you do that. Or if there's a specific person, like say Larry Sharpe themselves, that you're interested in helping out, reach out to the campaign team. You don't have to go through other avenues. There are many ways to get involved. So don't be discouraged or intimidated by it. We want to have you here. So come and join us. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Jen, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you coming by.
Thank you.
There we go. Another great guest talking about localism. I bring up localism all the time. Jen is actually doing it. She is living it. I love that so much. There are so many people who are doing it. You can too if we want to. I love that. Guys, of course, please click that like button. I know I bug you to click the like button all the time. Why? Because Mr. Rhythm, Algo Rhythm, loves when you click that like button. He loves it so much up and down. He loves when it happens. So please click the button so he can share it. And also you can share this, repost this someplace, put it into Facebook, put it into YouTube, put it on Twitter, whatever you want to, wherever you are, please do it if you can. It does matter. Every little bit counts. So if you can share it, please do so. It does matter. And of course, what is this really about? This is about the talk. Of course it is. It's about the AMA. Of course it is. But it's also a fundraiser. Yes, I'm asking you to donate. Please donate if you can. Head over to LarrySharpe.com/donate. Give what you can give. If you live in New York State, remember matching funds between $5,000 and $1,000. If you give, will be matched up to $250 6 times. Give me $10, I get 60. Give me $100, I get 600. Yes. So please match if you can live in New York State. If you don't live in New York State, no worries. You can still donate as much as you like. Please feel free to donate. And what will happen? You get matched 1-to-1. I have a donor here who will match up to $9,000 of whatever we bring in. So if you give $100 and you're not from New York State, you just made $100 again. You got $200. Whatever you can give helps. You give me $10, becomes 20. If you're not in New York State, you want to give me $3 or $4, no worries. If you're in New York State, please don't do that. Give me 5, because that's the number they made up. Again, I don't make these rules. New York State did. You give me $4, $3, not matched. That's New York State. $5 is. Do that. $5 minimum if you're in New York State. If you're not in New York State, $2, totally fine. All good. Yes. All righty. Let me grab a couple comments here. Bronazin says, it's funny watching all the comments describing anarchy, family, community, voluntarily coming together, absent the state. I love it. What did you expect, man? It's my 4-hour Larrython. Of course that was going to happen. Absolutely. Of course it was going to happen. It happens every single time. It's the way it goes. Ryan says, I have a purpose. It's called yelling. Well, nice, I guess, but not the most polite. $2. Thank you, Roger. I've been bugging you for a year. Public bank, guess how much you backed up. I'm backed up a lot, brother. I know you have been bugging me for a while. I'll get to it. I promise. It's taking me a bit, but I will get to it. I haven't forgotten about you. Literally, we were together, last weekend? So yes, those of you who don't know, I meet a lot of people in person who you've seen on these shows. You've seen many of them I meet in person. When I travel across the country or when I'm across the state, I see them. Roger's down here downstate. He's out of Nassau County. So I saw him in Freeport, and I also saw him in Staten Island and also in Westchester. So I see him a lot. I see Mike all the time too. You guys know Mike's down here too. I see him all the time too. So I see these people a lot. I do. I've seen Phil. Phil was my driver back in 2022 a couple times. So yeah, he's good. He drove me around upstate for a while. He was great. So I met many people. Shelly I've seen more than once. Shelly's come to my events. So yeah, I've met many people that you see here on and on. Many times I've met that. Yes. Liberty says 2 hours down. That went fast. 2.5 now. I knew it would go fast. Yes. I knew it would go fast. Yes. It kind of always goes fast. But I'm not like Mike. Mike Voss does like 17-hour shows. I'm doing 4 and I'm calling it quits. I'm not going, Mike, don't be mad at me. I'm not going further than 4. I know Mike's like, jump. Mike thinks this is easy. He's like, whatever, 4 hours. Psh, that's like high school to him. I know. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to keep grabbing these if I can. Juan, thank you for the $20. I was going to donate $10, but my libertarian side is matching. Good luck, Larry. We need a new direction to save New York. Brother, I need you to be back in action too. Please know I've met Juan many times. Juan's been running where he lives, right? In Middleton. So he's been running up there. And you got to run again, man. Hopefully we can get you a libertarian line. Maybe with the people on maybe 2 lines, get you to run too. So I'm hoping we can get you back in action again. That would be nice. I know you're like, Larry, why do you want to punish me? It is punishment. That's true. Someone's got to do it, brother. Like someone's got to run. Sadly, it's me. Maybe it's you too. Just saying. It might be you too, is all I'm saying. So, yes. All righty. Kim says, I got my wallet. I'm on my way home soon. As I get there and figure out how to get this website to take my car, there will be $100 headed your way. Oh, thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate that. Again, every bit counts. We're trying to raise as much as we can and move forward. Again, if I get $500,000, New York State will give me $3 million. And at that point, this is a winnable race. Kim moves on and says, if there's anything I can do, Larry, to help you get a hold of me, I'm going to donate my time in any way that's going to help. Well, I got to tell you, there is a way that many of you can help. And it may seem like a silly thing, but it isn't. It is a big deal. And that is when you see my stuff like this and other things on social media, when you see them, share them out. Every place you can. Cut and paste the links, share them, always comment. When you see something on your scrolling, do you see something you're like, I saw that already? Stop for a second, click the like button, and put a comment. Hey, Larry, good to see you. And move on. Every one of those does count. If we max it on comments, interaction now, for those of you who don't know, in the new way that we're looking, that social media is looking at all other social media, it is all about interaction. So watching's nice. They like watch time. They do. So if you can watch longer, that's always awesome if you can. If you can't, it's comments, liking, sharing. That stuff is what the algorithms care about tremendously. So if at all possible, do that. That does matter. If 10, 20, 30, 40 of you start doing that, this will grow. More people will see it. It will grow. And here's what I know. the more people who see this, the more people who stay. I see that again constantly. I see when people get it, when they hear it, they go, huh, that makes sense. And they want to stay. So we need more people to see it so that more people can share it and become part of this. The more people who become part of this, the more legitimate it becomes. And when it comes to any independent or third party, legitimacy is our key. We're looking for legitimacy more than anything else. Once we become legitimate, then people take us seriously, and now we start getting votes. That's the issue. I want that to be the case. Libertarian Sam says, question, I've been donating. What's the next best way to support the campaign? Well, that's one, I just said. And also, if you want to, you can always buy a shirt. Shirts are nice. Buy a shirt if you want to, and wear it on, like, when you go on, like, I don't know, a podcast or something. Wear Larry Sharpe. Again, this is the 2018, 2022. It's right here. If you want this one, that's also here. I just showed you already, so you can find it again. The 2026 one. So that one's, by the way, by my daughter. My daughter designed that one. So if you want the 2026 one, you got 2 gold roll and Zazzle. Popped it up real fast so you can see it. I don't know why I got rid of it. That was kind of dumb of me getting rid of it, but I wasn't thinking. I'm not always thinking of everything. I try, but I can't always. Let me grab that real fast so you can see it. And the newest one, I'll pop that up so you can see it. And this is the newest right here. This is the newest 2026 right here. Designed by my daughter. So if you don't like it, do not tell me, because I'll be mad because you're being insulted my daughter. So tell me it's good, even if you don't like it. I don't care. Say it's good. It's my daughter. So say it's good no matter what. And if you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. But say it's good. So you can go and check it out if you want to. It's a way of doing it. If you want to help me out, you can do that. Of course, also, you can just, as I said, share as much as you want. Sharing helps. All of that stuff helps tremendously. So guys, what I want to do now is recognize that there are many issues I speak about. And sometimes people get upset when I don't always talk about their issue first. And one of those issues is Second Amendment. As you know, the Second Amendment, I'm a big proponent, someone who has supported it more than most. But I remember once when I was upstate New York and I was talking about the Second Amendment being racist. And a couple guys got mad at me. And they said, Larry, I don't want you saying that. It's about constitutionality. That's what it's about. And I said, you know I'm from New York City, right? Well, yeah, but they need to respect the Constitution. I said, they don't. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care. You know, I can come out here to the rural areas and talk about Second Amendment all day long, and you guys are happy. But it doesn't mean a goddamn thing because you're already pro-Second Amendment. You want to get the Second Amendment supported in America, particularly New York State, you got to go to the cities. The cities, they're the ones who think that all guns are bad and gun laws are great and all guns are evil, blah, blah, all that. So how do you get people in cities who tend to be left to care about gun control? You call it racist because it is. Then their ears perk up. Then they pay attention. And the guy who has been showing me that more than anybody is a guy out of Philly, a guy named Maj Toure, guy who has Solutionary Center in Philly, who you've seen me support many times, who I always support, a great guy. And I'm very lucky that I have him with me right now. It is the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who started Black Guns Matter, which make us all go, what? He did what? Yeah, he did. Maj Toure. How are you, my friend?
What's up, Larry? How are you? How's everybody doing?
We are doing great. I'm happy that you are here. I'm always excited when you come by. Tell me what you're doing with the Solutionary Center. How is it going?
The Solutionary Center, man, we down to our last, I'll say this because you asked, but I'm here to spend time to make sure that everybody is supportive of your political endeavor, to just explore and see if what's going on. I think that if not for the work that you've done, and I'll tell a brief story for those. I don't know if you've ever told this story publicly. You know, after I got attacked and I'm going to get attacked again here shortly. I'm going to get attacked. I can't lawfully speak to it, but I'm going to get attacked shortly. Maybe not. Who knows? But anyway, after I was attacked when I ran for city council, I kind of was off libertarians. I was just like, I don't really feel like it. And Larry came, to folks that may not know, Larry might have been on his way to New York for something or coming back from New York or something. And he said, let's sit down and let's have, lunch, let's have dinner, so forth and so on. And we did. And a part of the reason why I have still been so bullish on the libertarian movement is because of that sit down. It's almost sometimes fighting too much of an uphill battle to fight the system, the state, the entrenched whatever, and then have to fight other libertarians. I'm just not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm generally kind of like not a fan of that. But especially when some of them have such loud megaphones, even though like it's the internet and it doesn't matter. But and I need to say this publicly. You've been a master of staying out of the fray of that foolishness. You've been a master of creating. I got a phrase that I got from you. You know, you have to create coalitions.
Yes.
And that's what's going on with me, making sure that I'm giving energy towards the work that you're doing. And because another line, you know, if you have better libertarians in a room, you have better Republicans and better Democrats. And I think that those things were very poignant. And I'm glad to be able to tap in and support for, you know, a little while, answer any questions and stuff like that. So I wanted to say that part first. But as far as the Solutionary Center, we got like 486 more $100 donors. As you know, that's why anytime if you reach out to me, I'm showing up. Fundraising, y'all, is some of the most difficult, strenuous, nuanced testing and genuinely like hard work.
Yes.
I think that people don't, I think we all love a Jeff Bezos story. I think we all love a Steve Jobs story. I think we all love that. And I think we love to hear it. But because we don't know the 10 or however many years that it takes for those folks to generate, to even get out the garage, literally with Steve Jobs, I don't think, and then we see the W's, we don't see the rounds of before a company goes public, the rounds of trying to raise funds. And that's in the private or public sector. And I think that we, as libertarians, as people that identify as more right of center, right? Independents, libertarians, Republicans, whatever, I think we would do good to really get behind the folks that we know would be good for their constituents, because it's the same reason why, I loved it, but I was low key kind of like surprised. Thomas Massie only broke like over $1 million in fundraising for his district after getting attacked by Trump like 2 or 3 times.
Yes.
And I was like, you just now broke $1 million and whatever. He was like, yeah. And I'm just like, imagine if we raised $10 million for a Larry Sharpe situation. Imagine if, because no one's going to argue the merit of your points, your perspective, and the consistency. And I know you'll hear some people say, well, if you kind of lost, then it doesn't matter. It's like, do you also understand the machine that libertarians and liberty in general is we're up against? And so I think it will be very, very reflective of everybody to like evaluate. Like last week we saw a bunch of people arguing about they were mad that Starbucks wouldn't put Charlie Kirk's name on their cups. And I'm like, bro, Starbucks as a business is an extreme leftist business. I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Yep.
But imagine if you took some of that Starbucks mocha frappe latte, whatever it's called, money, and put it towards Larry's efforts. Imagine having someone that spoke the values that you identify with and that wants to speak the values that you identify with, but you gave your money to a business that does not care about you, as opposed to getting behind the people that can champion the thing that we 1000% actually need. And what we need is people that are willing to say, no, this is our line. Let's respect the Constitution. Let's limit government. Let's figure this out. As we're having this, and I'll land there for any other questions, anything like that. But as we're talking about, and obviously it's been a crazy couple of weeks. We had the young lady in Charlotte being murdered.
Yes.
We had, Charlie Kirk being murdered. I mean, and I want to use the words that are very, very clear. These people were murdered.
Yep.
There's stories out about who did what, and I get that. But in the middle of all of this, we're not talking about this CR vote that's about to come up, this continuing resolution.
Yes, that's right.
You know, and so I'm saying all of this to say, I know I'm throwing a lot for intro to the folks. I'm just saying, like, getting behind the things that actually support American values, American sound economic policy, Americans' liberties. And I just challenge everybody that's watching over the next hour or so to just figure out this week and maybe over the next few weeks where you can, if you're in the state of New York, or even if you're not, where you can make a little bit of a sacrifice to put some of that energy towards these type of efforts. Larry has been a soldier for, Larry is low key, like I said this on my show a few nights ago. Barack Obama is one of my favorite presidents, not because of his policy. Not because of his policy at all. It's what he had to endure and maintain his level of cool before he became the president.
Oh, I like that.
You know what I mean? Like there were even Joe Biden, this video of Joe Biden, me like, I like this guy. He's like one of the clean ones. And I was like, oh my God.
Yes.
Right? And so to be able to endure and have someone that's in a libertarian space, which we can get a little bit crazy and attack each other. I've saw you over the years, and I'm trying to get that skill set, right? I've watched you over the years soundly explain the policy, the viewpoint, and not get caught in any of the muck and mire in the mud. And I think that's what the type of representatives that we need in public service. And so I just challenge everybody that's watching. And if anybody has any questions for me, that's great. That's cool. But I just want to lean in with the challenge of getting everybody to like, look, can you sacrifice tomorrow, Sunday? Can you sacrifice $20 of the $50 that you would have spent on beer and wings? Just cut down on some, get a less, 1 or 2 less beers and a little bit less wings, and put $20 for the next 4 weeks into this campaign and this fundraiser. Because we cannot, especially if you're in the state of New York, especially, but not limited to. I'm going to support Larry. I've always supported Larry. Larry has always supported our endeavors with BGM, with the Solutionary Center, all of those different things. I don't live in New York. I am going to support, you know, if you would support a Rand Paul, if you would support a Ron Paul, or did support a Ron Paul, if you would support a Thomas Massey, some of y'all might with the Mike Lee, whichever one. If the person that identifies with your value system, don't let the fact that you're not in whatever state, don't let that be the restriction, because it's not a restriction as it relates to fundraising, right?
Yep.
I'm telling you, we need a Larry Sharpe in each one of these locations. If you're talking about the hood, you definitely need a Solutionary Center or BGM. We were somewhat successful because we went to every hood. Imagine if we had a Larry Sharpe, a liberty-minded person that's not afraid to go, no. Or I'll also work with you, even if you're Republican or Democrat, if it makes sense. So we will not win this without a network. And the network needs to be 1,000% dialed in on liberty-based candidates that can articulate the message and stay out of the fray. I've failed at certain points to stay out of the fray. But I think that's something that I
jumped in. I know I jumped in a couple times.
Right.
Yes, I remember. Yes.
So
well, I'm going to say something in return.
Yeah.
There have been times when libertarians, as you know, have fought against you.
Yeah.
And in every time, I rarely jump in the fray for myself. People attack me, I let it go.
Yeah.
But for you, I jump in the fray. And I jump in the fray because of this. The one important reason. I can replace most of those other libertarians in 5 minutes. You, my brother, are irreplaceable.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are irreplaceable. So I will defend you until death.
Thank you.
Because you are irreplaceable.
Thank you.
And that's why I step in. No one has been able that I've met in the 13 years I've been now in this, 13 years I've been now in this, who can communicate the value of the Second Amendment. And what I mean by that is there's a piece we don't get. The Second Amendment is valuable not just because of guns. That isn't the only reason. And you know this. I'm preaching to the choir for you. I'm telling you this for the viewers, not for you, because you get this already. once you get, and you said this, and I say you said this, you always say, once you understand the power of that firearm, and you understand that when you pull the trigger, whatever happens after you pull that trigger, you are responsible for.
Right.
You taught me that. That was you who taught me that. You said anything that happens when you pull that trigger, you're responsible.
Yep.
And when you get that, it changes how you think about the actions you take in general.
Yep.
It's more important than the Second Amendment. It winds up becoming an idea to where you are more responsible for your actions. You get personal responsibility. That's what happens when you take the Second Amendment seriously.
Right.
And I bring it up all the time. Young men need that desperately.
Right.
Not just that. Young men need to understand that violence is real.
Yeah.
That you are responsible, and you should use it only when you understand that you're prepared to be responsible for the outcomes.
Right.
Otherwise, don't use it. And that happens from your solutionary center. That happens from your talks. That happens from your classes.
It's interesting to watch the mindset of a person that becomes more lethal and more powerful, low key, unless they're kind of evil. It's almost like it's the ring. It's the ring. It's like only a, you know what I mean? Most people, and I'm using that as an example, but most people, when they understand the responsibility of the ring, either go, I'm not picking that ring up, or they go, hey man, if we pick this ring up, we got to do something very, very productive with it and put it down. Training and firearms in the gym and working out and shooting is that. And to your point, when you show somebody, hey, this is the potential outcome. To your point of, they think about, nah, man, I ain't going to go. Especially if you got some money and you already got a lawyer on retainer. I'm going to lose my retainer fee if I get into a squabble with this person. Is this person worth my retainer fee? Nope. I'm not going over there. If you ask the question of, hey man, do you feel like going to the place and not having a firearm? You can make that choice. But if you want to go get drunk, you can't carry the firearm. Is that getting drunk worth it to you? And what neighborhood are you in? And then you go, nah, I don't know if I'm going to get drunk. I don't know.
Right.
Even what you wear, I can't wear this because I carry concealed. To your point, it changes the overall thought process. And that is what I believe, public servants need to have that understanding, because they see the gravity of their legislation, proposed legislation, the things that they should be repealing. Because when you start to look at it through that lens, you say no a lot more. You go, nah, why would I kick this down the can? No, why should we in the state of New York try to impose a movement tax, a gas tax? What sense does that make? And then some politicians that don't really understand the gravity of that, they run into the argument of, well, if Democrats want to change it later, or if somebody doesn't like it, they can sue and it can get overturned. There's a endless waste of time and energy and just creating something that we know is going to be potentially overturned just in the name of doing something, as opposed to somebody like yourself that goes, okay, this thing that you're advocating for, is there already something in position that kind of addresses that as opposed to adding another rule? It's like when you start looking through all of the subscriptions that you have, you subscribe to that thing for the free trial, and now it's a little $4 a month and you're not thinking about it. Before you know it, you probably have the solution to that thing already. You're just not paying attention to it. Right. And B, sometimes you're not actually using that thing because you don't need another one. And you haven't even taken stock of what you already are paying for. And so I think public servants, and is the reason why I'm saying public servant as opposed to politician, because I think that you know how to deliver in politics. But I look at you the way that we all may have used to look at Trump in 2014, 2015, when we used to say he's not a politician. I 1000% think Trump is a politician now at this point. I just do. It's just that luster has worn off. Yeah. Well, for you, I think you're more of it because you have a business background and you go, nah, that doesn't make sense. We already got this over here. Why would I do that? With that here, you know, right. and being an orator and those are things that are public services. Those are, you know what I mean? That. Those are the things that go, this will actually be better for you, your family, your children, your wallet, and your family's Christmas gifts if we kind of don't do this. And here's why. Yes. I don't think that politicians generally explain it that way. And I think you do it in a very good way. So again, after every statement in question, I'm just going to challenge everybody to make sure that you are supporting. I want everybody, if you're in my following, if you got this because I reposted it, if you was going to donate to BGM and our work at the center today, resend that energy. Hit us up next week. Resend that energy to Larry in this campaign. And because I don't know if I'm trying to get corporate. I'm trying to become more, you know, whatever. But we generally have to support the people that are already there and have made those connections. And I don't know if I'll run again for something else. I looked at Barack Obama a few days ago. He was on some stage, and I hadn't seen him in so long. And I was like, man, that dude looks like he's 87 years old. Yes. Which made me go like, I don't know if, you know, I want to do that again at that level. And so saying that to say, the people that are great at spreading our message, the people that are great at communicating across the aisle. I've never met anybody outside of a libertarian that we sometimes are just grumpy. I've never met a person that I've shared Larry's content, information, whatever. You know, I interviewed you at Freedom Fest. Everybody I shared that with, they're like, oh, man, that makes sense. I like this guy. I remember one of the first things that Joe Rogan said to you when you did his podcast, when he said, hey, first I want to say, I like you.
Yep, that's how we started.
And I'm like, nobody says, hey, this politician, I like him generally. No, I know no one that's like, I know Democrats that are not like, I like Gavin Newsom. No. You kind of are like, this dude looks like the Joker. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. But I think that that's a key, and we should all make sure that we are getting behind that. We can't complain about a system and keep, even some of us that are more awake than others, we know that it's the red-blue duopoly uniparty thing.
Yes.
You can't just say that and not get behind the candidate that is, you're like, yeah, and then you turn around and go, well, I don't know if he could win. Ironically, if we raise $10 million, I bet we could win. I bet we could win. Bet. Let's bet.
So let me touch a couple of things. One, guys, follow Maj if you would. You can follow him on X or Twitter at Maj Toure 99. He's been canceled so many times. He's at 99 now. But it's MAJ, Maj, if you're listening, TOURE 99. So if you can do that, that'd be awesome. Follow him there. I want to grab some comments if I can. Danny says, nail on the head. Had that moment occur in a Second Amendment debate against an anti-Second Amendment person on Twitter just a couple days ago. A Native American came up and backed me up on gun control being racist. Yes, absolutely. I love that. Liberty Lady says, that's because Larry doesn't fight caucus war bullshit. True. I do not. That is accurate. Absolutely true. Let me see if I can grab a couple more of these that we have here. I got a bunch of comments. I'm going to grab some of these if I can. Let's see here. That's good. I think I covered most of these. I think that's it. Okay, I think that was a couple of them there. All right, Phil says, liberty is found in 4 boxes. The jury box, the ballot box, the cartridge box, and the cash box, Frederick Douglass, and the Maj Addendum. There we go. So yes, the cash box is the Maj Addendum, I guess. So you have some friends there. Roger says $2. He says, Maj, if Starbucks was extreme left, then it would be a worker co-op. Maybe. I'm not sure.
All right. So Starbucks is left in the sense of they are going. Let me clarify what I mean by that. I don't want anybody, if you want to go to Starbucks, go to Starbucks. I'm not saying you shouldn't go to Starbucks. I prefer Dunkin' myself.
Okay.
But Starbucks has kind of made an argument. Everybody likes and dislikes Starbucks at different points. The problem with not having an actual identity and just trying to go with the wind like a lot of public politicians do, like Starbucks does, is you're actively going to get upset and get love from both so-called sides, depending on the moment. So at one moment, the extreme left will be upset at Starbucks because they sent the manager at Starbucks, got two black dudes arrested in Philadelphia, da-da-da-da-da. So the left will be mad at Starbucks then. Then Starbucks will overcorrect. And they'll go, we're just going to do all of the leftist thing, as opposed to, reprimanding that one manager. They'll try to make their whole company look like a thing to not get too much backlash. I'm not saying that you can't go to Starbucks. If you want to go to Starbucks, go to Starbucks. I'm saying if you complain about Starbucks not putting Charlie Kirk's name on your cup so you can do this symbolic gesture on the internet, and you know that Starbucks is leftist generally, they lean left, what would you expect them to do? Yesterday, or the day before, 58 Democrats chose to not sign a resolution or go with a resolution that would give Charlie Kirk some sort of thing. Okay, did you expect AOC to do that? Like, come on, guys. My point in saying that is not necessarily that you might want one of those raspberry drinks with the shaked up ice that Starbucks has. My argument is know what you're going into. And more so than that, ask yourself, instead of me giving money to a company that has consistently been in alignment with leftist policy, and if you're not on the left, you vote with your dollars. I'm challenging you to take one of those, two of those, maybe three of those mocha frap grande whatevers, and put those resources behind a campaign or just to finding out, seeing what we're doing in the state of New York. Put some of that in that direction. They've already told you that they don't care.
I agree completely. Let me grab a couple more of these. Andrea says, I think everyone should learn gun safety. We need to have more people not be afraid of a weapon, rather respect it and not be afraid to have one. I like that one too. Kaiwan says, I thank you, Larry. You always give libertarian positions of the moderate libertarian between the laboratory. That's what I like about you, Larry. I appreciate that. Ryan says, I agree with Maj completely on me being responsible for everything after I pull a trigger on a firearm. Yes, absolutely true. He also goes going to say, black guns matter. That's true. Missy said she's wearing one of your shirts today. And my daughter was wearing your shirt the other day. She has the F communism shirt she bought from you. She still has that one. So people are wearing your shirts, brother. It's great. I appreciate that. Maj, I took up too much of your time. I appreciate you coming out, my friend. Really, I do. Completely, I appreciate it so much. Guys, please follow him at Maj Toure 99. Please do that.
I want to say this real quick before I get out. Listen, guys, there's two things that I need everybody to do. Every single person, if you're watching from my feed or from wherever, I want everybody to just go and donate $10. $10. That's it. Just go donate $10. That's the mocha frappuccino or whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. I just say large coffee whenever I go to a place. So I'm just asking everybody to do two things. Donate $10. We got a donor match going on. And I would tremendously love for you all. This costs you $0. It's free 99. Just repost the Larrython. That's it. We have to highlight the voices that are in alignment with liberty, and we do that with our actions and deeds as well as our words. So donate $10. Share this all over the space. I'm going to keep reposting it. Thank you all for giving me your moment. And I'm going to go donate right now myself as well.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thanks, y'all. Peace.
All right. So, yes, Becky says this guy is cool. True. He is cool. That's accurate. That's an accurate statement, Becky. I appreciate that. Yes. Liberal Lady says $10. That's easy. Do it. She's right. It is easy. You should do it. These people are correct. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Brona says this young man is correct. If you're going to vote with your dollars. Also true. Yes. I'm not sure how young he is, but yes, that is absolutely true. Yes, he might be older than you, Brona. I don't even know, but he just looks young because he's super cool and in great shape. See, that's why he looks young. That's what it is. So yes, all good. I do appreciate that tremendously. Oh my God. One more super chat I want to grab real fast. Roger says, thank you for $2. We socialists hate union busting Starbucks. Don't go. Well, there we go. So there are many. This is the I Hate Starbucks show. I don't know why that happened today all of a sudden. I guess we're sponsored by Dunkin'. I didn't realize we were sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts. This show clearly sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that tremendously. Guys, I want to repeat something before we move on. I have another guest I want to grab on. But before we go there, remember something here. Why this is a talk. It is. You're having fun. This is an AMA. Yes, I'm taking any questions. But it is also a fundraiser. Don't forget that. That's kind of the most important part. Don't forget that part. Remember how this works in New York State. If you live in New York State and you give me between $5 and $1,000, I didn't make the rules. That's the rules. Between that, New York State will match 6-1 up to $250. So if you give me $5, New York State gives me 30. That's how that works. Yes, your taxpayer dollars at work. Thank you very much. That's how that works. If you give me $4, they won't. I don't know why. So give me 5. Don't give me 4 or 3. Give me 5 or more. And don't give me $1,100. If you do that, that's more than 1,000. They will match nothing. That makes no sense, Larry. True. And that's how it works. So you must give me between $5 and $1,000 or they won't match it. Now, if you don't live in New York State, you go, wait a minute, Larry, I don't live in New York State, so I should tell you to go to hell. No, you should still donate. But it doesn't matter how much you donate because I have a donor right now who is going to match up to $9,000 of anyone who donates. So if you donate now from out of New York State, you donate $100, it's $200. $5, it's $10. In this case, you can give $4 because it doesn't matter. You give $100, doesn't matter. You're out of the state. But you cannot give more than $9,000. Yet another random number New York State makes up. That's the bad, evil number. Why? But it is. So don't give more than $9,000 because New York State hates you. So now you understand the rules. Why do I want to do this? Here's the reason why. I want to get 2 lines in New York State. I want to get the Libertarian line and the We the People line. Libertarian line is my line from before. We the People line is RFK Jr.'s line. We get those 2 lines in New York State. I will have 2 lines. So will Republican, so will Democrat. We all have 2 lines. What do I mean by that? New York State has fusion voting. Fusion voting means I can be listed multiple times on the same ballot. I get listed multiple times on the same ballot. I'm matching them. So I can get that. That's going to cost me $250,000 per line. That's why I've got to raise $500,000. If I raise $500,000, you know what happens? New York State says, oh, you've hit the threshold. They will give me $3 million. I'm not joking. They will give me $3 million. That's how it works, 6-1. So if I raise $500,000, 2 things happen. I get $3 million from the state and I get 2 ballot lines. This becomes a winnable race. No longer joking, no longer playing, becomes a winnable race. $3 million and 2 ballot lines. This becomes real. Yes, I have a plan. I always have a plan. Doesn't always work. 2018, it worked. Great. 2022, no, it was a disaster. It failed miserably, horribly. It was a disaster. It was bloody. Yes, it was. But I'm back because I'm a goddamn Marine. So I'm back. I took my licks. I'm out of sick bay and I'm back in action in the front lines. So support your Marine. Do that if you can. I appreciate it. Guys, now I want to bring on one of my favorite guests, one of my absolute favorite guys, guy who is out there getting wins like every week. Like every week is another win. Like, damn, you can't stop winning. This guy just keeps winning. And I'm so proud to say he's my friend. I'm so proud to say we worked together. We've been on stage many times together. I love this man because he keeps making libertarians look good in a world where we often look terrible. He just keeps making us look good. The man, the myth, the legend, Spike Cohen. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. I love the juxtaposition of you saying that I make, here's the man that makes libertarians. Here's the man that makes libertarians look good. And then you bring me on right then. Everyone's like, ah. And then because they're waiting for someone like very attractive. And then I come up and they're like, I guess it makes libertarians look good. Sure, fine. No, I'm so happy to be here, Larry. Before I'm not sure if I've told you this many times to the point where you've actually gotten annoyed, but I don't know if I've told the public this. I need people to know just how much Larry means to me. There's an entire group of people who, on an almost daily basis, come to me and go, Spike, I remember you growing up. You weren't a libertarian. What happened to you? And I say Larry Sharpe, and they go, Larry Sharpe. I say Larry Sharpe. A second entire group of people then comes to me. This is almost a ritual at this point. They come to me and they go, Spike, how is it? Who inspired you to do the kind of work? What led to your inspiration to do the kind of work that you do to help people who are in need and help spread the message of liberty? I say Larry Sharpe. They say Larry Sharpe. I say Larry Sharpe. The first group, they're still there listening. They go, Larry Sharpe did that too. I say Larry Sharpe did that too. Yet a third group of people. These are all separate, indistinguishable. Totally, there's no overlap between these three groups of people. Comes to me and says, Spike, okay, fine. But who would you say, short of Jesus himself, who else would you say has been more of an influence on you in your journey? I say Larry Sharpe. All three people, all three groups of people at the same time. They say, Larry Sharpe did all these things. I say, yes, absolutely.
I have magic powers.
Well, we see
it. It's amazing. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, because I remember there was somebody was upset at me. They were like, Larry, you know, back in 2020, you dropped out. You didn't want to be the VP. I said, no, I didn't. I said, it was the best thing I could have done. Like, what do you mean? I said, we got Spike because of that. We got Spike. I was like, did Spike do it? Let Spike do it. He's great. Let him do it. I was like, really? Yeah, let Spike do it. He's great. And
always
Spike
thinking strategically.
And Spike was great. It was true. I was like, let Spike do it. I was like, yeah, it's great. Remember you and I, the only time we had a little like debate type thing we had for VP back in 2020?
Yes, the one that Jim Turney did.
Yeah, and I was like, Spike's great. Whatever. Yeah, I was like, I guess we're debating. I don't know, but Spike's great. It's fine.
I think in your closing argument, you were like, yeah, I agree with all of that, and it was like, oh, hey, thanks, Larry.
Yes. That was our debate.
That was our debate. Yeah, it was us
awesome.
going, oh, yes. You say that, Larry? I say you're 100% correct. What do you think of that? And Larry would say, oh, yeah, I think you're 110% correct. And Jim Turney's like, hey, let's debate here. And I was like, no. He didn't get away with saying he agrees with me more than I agree with him.
Yes, absolutely. It is crazy. But again, I want to go back to one piece, which this is similar to the woman I was talking to earlier, Jennifer. Yeah. You are doing something that is really, I mean, when I say you make us look good, I'm serious in that we talk, you know, libertarians talk a lot of trash. That's like our thing. And we're good at it. Like, yes, we're good at it. We talk a lot of trash.
Yes.
But you actually put it into play. You are showing that localism matters. You are talking that gathering people together matters, that community matters, that good communication matters, all the stuff we're supposed to be about. Yeah. You're actually showing. Please just share one of your most recent, I mean, you have so many victories. Share one of them.
Well, I'll talk about one of our, I guess I'll say smaller ones because it happened so quickly. And it's in your neck of the woods in Cortland, New York, where a town council, and that's in what, upstate New York somewhere? It's
in central New York.
Central New York. Huge state, by the way, New York. People think New York City is this massive state. Anyway, so Cortland, New York, the town council had introduced a proposal they were about to vote on that would have forced disabled people to purchase a license to operate their wheelchairs.
Yep.
And if they didn't get those licenses, there would be as of yet unspecified fees and possible jail time that they'd have to go through in order to, because they didn't pay the fee to use their wheelchair that they have to use. And so we found out about it, and we alerted the public. You were the power, let everyone know what was going on there. And this is kind of prototypical of what we do. We put a page on our website. So we got all these people upset about what's going on. And instead of going, so that's why you shouldn't like the government, and then walk away. Instead, what we did, we said, go to this page on our website, and in one click, you can email everyone involved, the mayor, all of the town council members, everyone involved. You press that button, up is going to pop a pre-populated email. It's got all the wording in there, all the names of the people that you need, all the email addresses you need to email. You can modify the wording. You can add your own wording. You can, just leave it as is and put your name at the bottom and press send. Literally in like 10 seconds time, you can contact all these folks and say, back off and do the right thing here. You shouldn't be, trying to fine people for using a wheelchair. And within like 24 hours, they completely backed off. There are many other things that we fought that, are much longer to explain and things like that. But that's just a perfect example of people say you can't fight City Hall. We routinely fight City Hall, and we have a nearly 100% success rate.
That is what I'm saying that because I know you keep winning, and most people think you can't. And that's why I love most people think, Why bother? I'm not going to call Spike. Nobody can win. The system always wins. Spike's like, no, I can actually win. Yes. And here's like 90,000 examples of that. Let's make you 90,001. Let's do that. I love that. So they go, we go to youarethepower.net. That's where we go. You go there. The thing also you want, this is similar to what Jennifer said also. I love this. Localization is very important because you don't only want money. You want bodies. You want volunteers. You want coordinators. You want all types of things. Right?
Yep, absolutely. In fact, the bulk of the work that we do isn't actually seen publicly. One of the biggest services we provide to the Liberty Movement is vetting these causes. We've had a lot of causes come to us that at first glance, it was like, oh, that's terrible. Let's see what we can do. And we look at it, it's like, oh, that was a total lie. Like what you told us is not true, or there was a lot of context missing. Like it's not nearly as clear cut as you told us. And so we've actually, like, this sort of behind the scenes benefit we've had is we've helped the Liberty Movement to avoid stepping on a lot of landmines that would have made us look bad. Then once we've vetted it, and I mean, we have medical professionals, legal professionals, we have people that are, literally hundreds of people that are helping us vet all of these different causes. Some of our causes take upwards of 300 hours to vet, and we're just making sure we have all of the information. Not just is it true or false, but like what is the timeline of what happened, who are all the people we need to be contacting. Then and only then, once everything, all ducks are in a row and everyone agrees that we should move, everyone on the team agrees that we should move forward on this cause, then and only then do you ever publicly see it. So when we put out a new cause, you know that many eyes have looked at it, including actual actual professionals in their various fields that have looked at this, and that we're saying this is 100% correct, and this is the best and most effective and feasible course of action to be able to take to put an end to whatever outrage we're trying to put an end to. So yeah, we're looking for volunteers.
You're also looking for some dragons to slay on top of it, right? So you're looking for volunteers, looking for cash, but you're also looking for, hey, show us a problem that we can also solve. You're looking for all of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you or someone you know, or even someone you've heard of is having their life completely upended by out of control local and state level government officials, go to youarethepower.net/help. And there's actually a form that you can fill out to give kind of the basic information about the cause and what's going on. And then once that gets sent to us, our team takes a kind of preliminary look at it, sees if it's something that we think we can help with. Then we reach out to you or to whoever it is that's having this happen to them. And if we can help, we will. And we've been doing this all across the country. There are times we've been able to help behind the scenes before we even have to go public. And people's nightmares have been ended without anyone else even really knowing about it.
Well, there's a second piece to this too, which I like, which is what winds up happening is you're giving people hope locally, which is a critical piece, right? Because these people are going to feel like, I want to give back, I want to try, right? They're when they get their kid back, or when they get their life back, or when they get their property back, they're going to be like, damn, this was like local. This wasn't just like, you know what? I want to give back local. I want to have hope. I'm going to do something. And the second piece is it's helping to keep families together. And families are just being wrecked across our country, just wrecked. And as they get wrecked, something's got to get better. And I feel like you're giving hope there too.
Yeah. So, and that actually is a perfect example of how you can start with something very local. And I mean, it doesn't get much more local than a family, and lead to something that potentially is going to end up being a federal fix to a national problem. So we first found out towards the end of 2023, we found out about a family, the Hernandez family, whose children were taken from them because one of their children has a chronic health condition that was causing her to have fractures and bruising in her legs. And the hospital and the CPS workers, it's called DFACS, the Division of Family and Children's Services in Georgia, everyone involved was just pretending that the child had been abused. Every bit of medical evidence showed that there was no abuse. Every single medical expert who looked at the tests and the x-rays and everything else said there's no sign of abuse. This child obviously has a chronic health condition. The family court judge refused to even allow any of that to be entered into the evidence. And like literally they were being railroaded. Now, when we first heard about this, we were like, let's make sure this is legit. So we did like over 100 hours. We did over 100 hours of vetting. Turned out it was even worse than we had originally been told. They had to spend tens of thousands of dollars to even get their medical records. The husband and wife weren't even allowed to communicate with each other. So not only did they lose their kids, but they lost each other for indefinitely. And so we went out there, we put it out there. The public was outraged. Thousands of people contacted everyone involved. Everyone involved immediately backed off. The kids were able to go back to family. But the other thing that happened was we had people coming out of the woodwork with the exact same story. My kid has a chronic health condition and the state refuses to acknowledge it and is instead trying to steal all of my children. We found out it was because of Title 4E of the Social Security Act, where the federal government is paying CPS agencies every time they accuse someone of abuse. And so long story short, because there's a much longer story to this, there's a lot of details I'm having to leave out, but the long story short is that not only have we reunited the Hernandez family, not only have we reunited people across the country, multiple families across the country who are having the same thing happen to them, restoring, I mean, we're restoring families. Imagine losing your children and then getting them back. Like, we're restoring families. We've actually gotten legislation passed in Georgia that fixes the bulk of the problems in that state. It's called Ridge's Law. We got that passed unanimously in both houses of the legislature and signed into law by Governor Kemp. We've had multiple lawmakers in other states reach out to say, how can we fix it here? And ultimately, we are building a movement that's going to reach a critical mass where we can go to Congress, go to the legislature, and go to the House and the Senate and say, this needs to be fixed. Either eliminate Title 4E or tie it to something neutral, like the size of the population of that state. Stop subsidizing abuse, allegations of abuse.
Right.
And all of that started with one family. And by saying, you know what, if we do nothing else, we're going to help this family.
I love that, because that is so, it gives so much hope to so many people. Let me grab a couple of comments. People are commenting. Andrew says, keep fighting the good fight. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Mike Voss is in the house. He says, I met Larry when I interviewed him in Central New York when the news media wouldn't. True.
Yes, I remember.
Years later, I met Spike the same way.
Yes.
Both are great at sharing solutions without getting bogged down by petty politicking.
Yes.
It's true. That's the thing. We try to walk away from the petty politicking to the best of our ability. It doesn't always work, but we definitely try.
So I actually found a very powerful way to get away from petty politicking. Start a 501c3 where you're literally not allowed to. And
there we go.
Sorry, guys, I can't do it. As much as I would love to get involved in petty politicking, I'm legally not allowed to by the IRS. And that's actually been helpful, because in reality, I don't actually, when we reached out to the Cortland Town Council, I don't know what party they're a part of. Like, nor do I care. And I don't care if they get reelected. I don't care if someone says, this is outrageous, they should never be able to do it again, and they replace them. Great. If something happens there, we'll be contacting you about it. Every single one of us is a human being, an individual human being with agency to do the right thing or the wrong thing. And so we reach out to you with a sincere desire for you to actually just do the right thing and say, hey, do the right thing. Now, sometimes they do it for political expediency reasons. Most of the time they do it for political expediency reasons. Sometimes they resign because they don't even want to do the right thing. And then someone else comes in and does the right thing. These are all fine. But we've had actual times, in the case of Candace Brost, the head of DFACS in Georgia, she actually reached out to us and said, I had no idea it was this bad. How do we fix this? This is privately. She's not doing this out in the public eye. Oh, I had no idea. She's telling us privately. We privately give her a list. We say, this is the kind of stuff that needs to be changed. She immediately implements it as policy.
Wow.
That was a genuine reconciliation. Now, did she, because I can already hear the libertarians, yes, but did she affirm the non-aggression principle? No, she's not a libertarian, or maybe she is, I don't know, but we didn't make her sign the non-aggression pledge, but she realized this was wrong and she did the right thing. I am less and less concerned. In fact, at this point, I'm not at all concerned about the politics of the thing. And I'm less and less concerned about the ideology of the thing. You know what is right. You know what is wrong. Do what is right. And that's what we're all about.
I love it. Phil says, thank you for $2, Phil. Spike risked arrest coming to New York doing the C-19 time. I don't want to get canceled on YouTube. Yes, it's true.
We did a thing. You met LaQuinn, my friend, who would go with me on this. We did a thing. We called it the New York Ninja. We'd come into New York and do an event. And then before sundown, we'd rush off to Pennsylvania or Connecticut or whatever so that we weren't held down there for 2 weeks. That was crazy. We did your event in New York City. And we were running behind because we also did like a dinner and stuff like that. And we were going through right as they were setting up, like where they were going to stop people and turn them around and make them stay there for 2 weeks. We just got through. It was like 8:02 or 7:59 or something, like whatever the cutoff was. That was nuts. That was like some kind of an amazing race where you risked jail time.
New York is crazy. It's true. Absolutely. Polished Bandit says Spike is awesome. True.
Oh, thank you.
That is true. Yes. Phil says, make sure you cyberbully the government. That's
Always.
one of your things. So yes, that is definitely one of your things. I appreciate that one. All righty. I think I covered that. Missy says, human respect. True.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And she says, I love you are the power. Yes.
Well,
Missy
she
does.
should. It's a good thing to hear because Missy is now our West Virginia state organizer.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Melissa says, Spike's organization is impressive, and I appreciate all the great work he does. Larry, I just donated $50, and as you know, I'm in New York. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you so much. Yes, Melissa does come to my events once in a while. I've seen her before also, so thank you for that. Absolutely. So the great thing is, again, $50, you just gave me more because New York State's going to give me $300. So thank you for that with my 6-to-1 match.
So it's worth 7 times what they give.
Correct.
So your $50 just became $300. I need to find a donor as generous to you or the power as the state of New York is to your campaign for anything up to it. I just need to get rid of that up to $1,000 part.
Well, actually,
and then we're golden.
Well, the thing is, the rules are weird, right? The rules are if it's between $5,000 and $1,000, they will match up to $250.
Oh, okay, all right.
So yes, I know they made these rules up arbitrary. They make no sense. They just decided.
I assume that's not like indexed for inflation. It's just they made that. That's the arbitrary.
That's the number. No,
so it's just a magic number. That's
correct.
Amazing.
Yes. So if you give me $250, they will then throw another. Right? They'll throw another $250. So they'll throw another 6 times $1,500 on top.
So, but if I gave you, I don't live in New York. If I gave you $9,001, off to jail I go.
Correct. Right? Yes. Well, I go, not you. I do.
Okay. Thank you, state of New York, for telling us the magic good and bad numbers.
Correct. Those are the magic. Correct. Actually accurate. Those are the ones. It is crazy. So yes, this is how it works. Anything you want us to talk about before we wrap this up, brother?
No, I just want to say I love everything that you do because it's always based on, let's look at this like reasonable people. Yes, we're libertarians. I remember I had you on my show in 2019, and I was telling everyone, I'm like, I have Larry Sharpe on my show, and I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people were like, hey, that's great, I'm happy for you. Like, you know, they weren't very politically involved, so they were just happy for me. But like, I'm like, I have Larry Sharpe on my show, and I remember I had you on, and I would always ask as one of my first questions, like, if they were a libertarian, I'd say like, what kind of libertarian do you consider yourself? And you're like, I don't care about any of that. And I was like, I remember I was like, I had a whole line of questions about like, you know, well, anarcho-capitalism versus minarchism versus whatever. And I was like, so, you know, I was ready, and I was like, so, you know, what do you think? You know, and you were like, yeah, I don't care. And I'm like, all right, what am I going to ask him? And so, and you said, I don't care because, could anarcho-capitalism work? Could we have a stateless society? Oh, sure. Okay, fine. That's great. But like, we're not there. And most people, if you said even if you talk about constitutionalism, people think you're insane, that the government should be held to its actual legal document that chartered it. Right. So now you're going to talk about like, actually, if you didn't know, the government should just completely go away right now. And like, if you say that, most people are gonna be like, oh, hey, thanks. Great to meet you. I don't know why I didn't realize you were a crazy person earlier in this conversation. And that's the end of that. But if you talk with them about things that make sense, right? Like, for example, the corruption that you talk about in New York, these things shouldn't be happening. Or like, for example, hey, once you're in 10th grade, you pretty much know what you're going to be doing for the next few years. Let's just give you the money and let you go off and do it. You want to go smoke pot? You want to go become an engineer? Have at it. It's going to cost us less either way. That makes sense to people. When I talk about, hey, I don't think disabled people should have to pay a license to have a wheelchair. I don't think parents should lose their children because they have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I don't think these things are crimes, and I don't think they should be treated like that. Very few people will tell either one of us, no, I think that sounds crazy. They agree with us. And then what we do is, instead of going, yes, so we're right, because libertarians are good at being right and losing valiantly. So instead, what we do is we say, yeah, we're right. Thanks for acknowledging that. Now, here's how you can join us.
Yes.
That's what we do. And that's why I love everything you do. That's why I'm here at the Larrython. That's why I'm here to tell people, give Larry between $5,000 and $1,000 if you want it matched. Then after that, if you're out of the state, give them like $8,000. No more than that. If you're in the state, give them every penny you have. And just, I love you, Larry. Thank you for having me on. I love what you're doing. Everyone, just keep it Larry. Keep it Larry. God bless.
Excellent, guys. Remember, youarethepower.net. That's where the
go to yes. Also go to youarethepower.net. That was my other thing I wanted to say.
Absolutely. Thank you, my friend. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. God bless, man.
Yes, guys, that is the one and only Spike Cohen, who I adore always. And of course, look, remember, this is a talk. This is an AMA. And one thing else, it's a fundraiser. So don't forget to do the money part. The fun part, laugh part, all good. And do the money part. LarrySharpe.com/donate. If you live in New York State, between $5,000 and $1,000 will get matched. Matching funds live in New York State. Please do that, between $5,000 and $1,000. If you don't live in New York, still give anyway. I have a donor who will match up to $9,000, which is the max you can give for anyone outside the state. So you still, either way, get matched either way. Please help me out. Look, again, we can get 2 lines, raise $500,000, which means we get $3 million. This becomes a winnable race. Now, I want to bring on my final guest of the evening, a woman who I absolutely adore. I love this woman so much. She is funny. She is smart. She is beautiful. She's a family person. She's someone I'm very happy that I can call a friend. The one, the only, Chrissie Mayr. How are you?
Oh my God, I think you read the intro for somebody else. I was like, who are you describing?
Yes. No, it is you, my dear. It is
me.
You.
Oh my, I'm so sorry. I totally stood you up. Larry was like,
what do you mean you're here? You didn't stand me up.
I said, yes, I'll be there at 3 o'clock with bells on. And then 3 o'clock comes and goes. I went to go put the baby down, and then I completely fell asleep with him. And then I woke up at 5 o'clock, like from like the moment from Home Alone, where the mom was like,
amazing. This amazing woman is also a mother. This amazing woman is also a mother. Yes. But no, you don't understand. I didn't say anything, Chrissie. I just played right through it. Nobody knew you were late until you opened your mouth just now.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Well, nobody knew anything. I played it. I'm good at what I do. I played it. I'm a good MC. I MC this whole thing through. I brought you on. No, you were just going to be my final guest. That's all. All good. See how I fixed it up?
Well, I had to air my, my apologies for the crowd.
It's still fun,
nobody knew
guys.
I was late till now. Yeah,
until now. Please go over and follow the now late Chrissie over at youtube.com. Chrissie Mayr. And for those who don't know how to spell, if you are watching, listening and not watching, it is ChrissieMayr, the cool German way of saying Mayor. Nicely done.
Very
okay.
Cool.
So yes,
here,
look,
Larry.
What are you doing? Tell me what's going on with you. You got your show, you got your cool Simpcast, you got the content hotel, you got all kind of cool things going on. Tell us some cool things you're doing.
We got a lot of cool things going on. Yeah, we had this content hotel, which I've done a couple content houses in the past where I would just Airbnb or rent out a big house and fill it with like comedians and streamers, and then do a 48-hour live stream for some reason.
I know, it's nuts. You are worse than Michael Voss. Michael Voss does like 75 hours, but you do 48 hours. It's crazy.
It's a modern form of torture, but it's very entertaining. There's all sorts of hijinks. So I thought we did it at the Villa Roma, a resort in upstate New York. There were a lot of fun activities. It was really, really cool. Anthony Cumia was there, a bunch of my old friends.
Oh, he's great.
Media. Yeah, and he's back. He was able to uncancel himself, and he's back on WABC radio. So we're just hanging out.
All right, I got to the show.
Shows. Come to a show. Yes, I should do one. Well, I don't know if I'll do one in New York soon, but I have a couple of dates coming up. I'm going to be in Massillon, Ohio next month on the 18th, and San Diego on the 23rd, and Phoenix, Arizona, November 1st. So for tickets, you guys can come to ChrissieMayr.com. I just got back from Texas. I was there earlier this week. I popped by Alex Stein's show at the Blaze. Then I was on InfoWars and Drinking Bros and Side Scrollers podcast. So I was running around a lot. And I had no time to shop or anything like that, which is...
Well, that's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing, Chrissie. But people don't know that we actually met on John Fugelsang's show.
John Fugelsang, who I don't know, the nicest guy. Like, I can't believe he, and he was kind of. I knew John. He's very, very liberal, and he's somebody who knew me during my like sort of Republican pilling, Libertarian pilling. like he knew me when I was very, very liberal and brainwashed, and then kind of.
I remember you were much more of a lefty when I met you. Yeah. You really were. You were, and I remember you didn't know credit for gold pilling you.
Larry gold pilled me. Yeah, when we met, I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was an idiot. I was just a girl in my 20s with no clue. No, I was probably in my 30s. I don't even remember. Time is an illusion, but it was.
You're only 29 now. What are you talking about? Stop.
Right.
Stop. Yeah, come on. So
I'm just a girl. So
what's funny is when I saw him, I was with him again on News Nation last year. He remembered us. He remembered me. It was all good. He's a smart guy. Like, he's a smart guy. I don't know why he's such an establishment Democrat.
Yeah, he's so smart. I don't know why he ever had anything to do with me, but
that's good.
He's still doing that show on Sirius.
Yes, he is. Wow. He's still doing it. Yeah, he's still got his show, and he pops on other shows. I saw him on like a couple of popular podcasts recently. I've also seen him I see him pop up here or there. I do see him pop up here or there. So people still see him because he's funny, as you know. Yeah. He's witty, right? So he has good comebacks and such. So he's funny and witty, and he can support the establishment very well. If you want an establishment guy to defend the establishment, I'm just being forward. He's talented. He's good at it.
Yeah, he's very good. And he can talk to anyone. He's good on the radio. He's good live, kind of at a show, improvising. So God, I wonder if he'd have me on now in my current form, Larry. I wonder.
I think he would. Why not? You should reach out to him, see if and promote something. Bring him on your show.
Ooh, yes, Big John. You want to come into the lair, the Trump lair?
I think he'd love it. I think he'd have fun. I do think he'd have fun. I'd be great. So,
and that would be cool. I could be like, look, I'm having on somebody who's lefty. I'm an opportunity employer.
Well, you kind of do that. You've done it before on your look. For those who don't know, I sometimes do what I call my Sharpe Club, which is my Friday night panel show. I got that from you. That's my Simpcast.
Wow, you should call it Pimpcast, Larry.
Oh, I like that Pimpcast. I'll get so canceled. Yeah, yes, I'll get so canceled.
Great now that you're running for office.
Yes, exactly. And then I gotta have like a chalice if I do it. I gotta have my cup, my chalice,
and a crown. Yeah, I have a cape that you can borrow. Mm-hmm.
A cape, yeah. Oh, a grill. I gotta have a grill and a cape. I could do all that. Look, I'd get some views. I don't think I'd win any elections, but I'd probably get some views. Not bad. But I did take that from you, and I think it was a good idea. I like the idea because what I saw you do. And you do it often. You do panel shows. You do Friday Night Tights, right? Friday Night
Tights every Friday at 4 on Nerdrotic's channel, and then Simpcast is Sundays at 9 o'clock on my channel.
Yeah, and I think that idea of it makes it easier to collab. It makes it easier to cross over. It makes it easier to have conversations. And I think it makes people feel like you're just hanging out with friends. And I love that feeling. I love that emotion. I think that's what Simpcast does, in my view.
Thank you. Yeah, it's fun. It's random. Sometimes it's just reacting to clips and news, and other times we're getting into like our deep, whatever's going on in our own lives. So it's fun.
I love being on because I was like the only dude. Yeah, and that's amazing. Yeah. I love because it's almost always only women, right?
Basically, yeah. Yeah, and then we have a token man sometimes.
Yeah, I will be your token anytime you want, my dear. Just let me my token. I'm in.
Have you thought about a theme song for your campaign? Something like Larry Sharpe do 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 Larry Sharpe do 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 Larry.
I'll win the 7-year-old vote, that's for sure. But I'm not sure how many of them are going to be voting for me. But I think that would work. I don't know. But I got to tell you what you also did very well for me, and I appreciate this. Is you helped me out in 2018 and 2022 by being the MC and adding the comedy piece that made it special, right? I'm not always
7
good.
Years ago? My God.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
What's going on? I feel like it's just been a couple years.
No. Oh, no. It goes by fast because it's punishment. That's why it goes by fast, because it's punishment. But it has been that long. It absolutely has. We met in 2018.
Yep.
We met 7 years ago. Yes, we met 7 years ago.
Yep, we were at a rest stop somewhere in Jersey. We saw the same glory hole. We both went for it at the same time, and then.
And I got mad at you because you were faster than me. I was pretty pissed off. I was like, now I gotta take sloppy seconds. Thanks, Chrissy. Now I gotta take sloppy seconds. Oh my God!
And I was so impressed with you too, Larry. Like you went on In Hot Water. You went on my friend Gino and Aaron's show, which like the fact that you could hang with those guys and just comedians in general earned my respect very quickly.
Well, there's an important that people who know me know that I don't take myself seriously. People who know me know that's true, right? Don't get me wrong. I can be very righteous when I speak. I can be very self-righteous, and I can do that. But I also recognize that I'm just a dude. So I don't take myself very seriously. So that's why I don't mind when the comedians do jokes or whatever. I just jump on board, whatever. And then they had that one, if you remember that one where they had a guy who's pleasuring himself with a vacuum cleaner. I don't want to say that out on YouTube. And it was like, vote Larry Sharpe. Guy pleasuring himself with a vacuum. I'm like, really? That's what you're going to do to me?
Well, cleanliness is next to godliness.
I guess his tool would be clean. I guess that's true. But I'm not sure it's what I really want to do, but they did not care.
What kind of a vacuum cleaner? Was it a Dyson?
No, it was it had the long thing, of course. Yes, of course it did. Yes, it could be one of those you got to, no.
That's how you know I'm a woman. I'm like, woo, look at the suction power. Maybe I should upgrade my vacuum.
Yeah, that's what you were thinking. You saw that and said, that's a good, that's
what I look at.
That's the one. Kim, thank you. Kim says $100 on your way. I finally made it home. Thank you, Kim. Yes. Guys, as I say all the time, I appreciate everything you can put together here tonight. Everything you do today, wherever you are, please, it does matter. We're trying to raise, I don't know if I told you, Chrissy, I'm trying to get 2 lines this time. I'm trying to get the Libertarian line and also the We the People line.
Ooh.
So We the People is the same group that RFK Jr. They got him 145,000 signatures last time. So cool. They're behind me to get on that line too. And those 2 lines means, as you know, being a New Yorker, that I'll have 2 lines. And then Kathy Hochul has 2 lines. And if Elise Stefanik does decide to run, she'll have 2 lines also. 2, 2, and 2. Now I'm playing the same game as them, which is number 1. But the second thing that works is if I raise $500,000 from New Yorkers, then I get $3 million from New York State matching funds.
Wow.
So, yes.
Cool.
I get $3 million. This is a winnable race. The last time I ran, I only raised $500,000 both times. I get $3 million in 2 lines. This becomes a winnable race at that point. Now we can make some impact. So, and for the rules, those guys I told you, I don't know if I told you this, Chrissy, the rules are, if you live in New York State, you must give between $500 and $1,000. That's the rules. That's what they make up their arbitrary numbers. That's the numbers. So don't give me $4 and don't give me $1,100. Give me between $500 and $1,000. Any number between is good, but any of that, and then New York State can match up to $250. If you don't live in New York State, please still give me money. Kim does not live in New York State. She give me $100, but I have a donor who is going to match everyone who gives up to $9,000.
Who's the donor?
I don't want to tell you.
Yes,
I don't want to tell you. But
use sign language.
The person is out of state. That's what I would say. They're also not in state, so they wanted to help to match. So they said, I'll match those dollars. That's how they're matching because they can't get matched because they don't live in a state. So they're going to give $9,000, which is the maximum they can possibly give.
And it has to be money. It can't just be like, can I send some tasteful nudes? You know,
Missy, if you do that, I think your husband will be angry at you if you did that.
No, they wouldn't be tasteful. Everyone would be like, wow, she has not lost the baby weight yet. It is good. But when there are men who enjoy that.
There are some men who would enjoy that. So
next summer, I'm telling you, it's going to be a whole different ball game. Just you guys wait. I didn't want to lose it all at once and, tempt all the other married men.
You know what I am going to tell you to do. I'm going to tell you go keto. I'm the keto man. Keto. You know I'm going to tell you go keto. It's what I'm going to tell you to do. I'm going to tell you go keto. Keto is magic. I love it. I've been on keto 15 years. It's kept my weight down. And I spend far too much time doing this. So I don't spend enough time out there running, lifting, doing all the things I should be doing. So the only way I can keep that down is really if I can.
No bread.
No carbs.
You know, I live in a house of Italians.
I know. I know.
From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, there's someone trying to shove a piece of bread in your mouth.
Well, here's something you can remember. My daughters are now on the keto lifestyle also. And you can't, there is keto spaghetti. There absolutely is. You can get it. It may cost a bit more, but you can get keto spaghetti. You can get keto pizza. We had keto pizza the other day.
Oh.
So you can have keto pizza.
It's like
you can have keto pasta. I'm not going to say that, but it's still pizza. That's what I will say. I will say it's still pizza. There we go. Minor Threat says keto plus hard exercise, winning combo. True. That is true. Andrea says keto is magic. I'm not alone on this one. Chrissy, I'm giving you some pressure now. You see the pressure I'm putting on you?
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling like putting the bread down. Okay.
There we go. The Liberty Lady says, Larry was on Chrissy's show not too long ago, and it was pretty good. It was. Chrissy was nice. She had me in her studio. She has a very cool studio. She had me in her studio. It was very nice. I love being there. And I got to catch up. Her and I got to catch up, which was nice. And I hadn't hugged Chrissy in like over a year. So I got to hug her too, which is kind of cool.
And now you're good for another year. And then
I want to hug you tomorrow. I would like to hug you tomorrow, Chrissy. But
let's have you back whenever to help promote your run. And also I'm concerned. So like not concerned. I just have questions. And I wonder if other people listening also have the same questions. Why do you need $3 million? Where does the money go? Like if people don't know anything about how expensive these races are.
Yep, absolutely. A couple things. Number one, travel is a huge piece, right? Every time I cross state, and I cross often, every trip I go on costs thousands of dollars. Why? Renting a car, having people show up and do stuff, sometimes renting a space, hotels, gas, thousands of dollars just for travel, right? I go off 3-4 days just for that. Not even just that. How about things like bumper stickers, T-shirts, lawn signs, all the marketing material required for this, right? All those things matter. So you have to spend money on all those things, right? So hopefully we buy them in advance. Hopefully people buy them. If they don't, we got to give them out. So all those things. Still not done. How about ads? Facebook ads, YouTube ads, right? How about regular ads in newspapers, ads in TV stuff? TV stuff is going to cost $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 per city. New York City will cost at least $100,000. Just New York City will cost at least $100,000 just for one set of ads. Buffalo will be $10,000, $20,000, maybe $50,000. Syracuse, same thing. All of those. Not even done with that. How about just consultants to do things like figure out where to go, how to go, what to do, all that. And I'll keep going. How about polling? Right? People think that polling is done because cool people give polls. No, polling is bought. You have to buy the polls. You want to be in the poll, you have to buy it. Each poll is 50 grand.
Whoa.
Yes. Each poll, 50 grand. Yes. That's why you never see the small guys in the polls. They can't afford to buy the polls.
Wow.
Yes. You want to be covered by a local TV station? You have to buy ads. They don't tell you that, but it's true. If I want to be covered in a local TV station, what happens? They don't cover me. But then all of a sudden I go there and I say, hey, I want to do an ad buy. I want to buy 10 grand worth of ads in your TV station. This is what they do literally. They go, okay, let me introduce you to our political reporter, and they do a show on you. That's how it works. It's pay to play. Everything across this state is pay to play. It's across the country, but it's all pay to play. So all that money goes in the pockets of advertisers, TV execs, all that's where the money goes. It goes there so that people can see me, right? If people don't see me, they don't care. Not just that, production. I got to make video on top of 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 video so I can get them out everywhere. And I got to pay people to actually do things like, hey, can you take the time and energy to get me on all these podcasts? These are people who are part of the PR, public relations sphere. These are all consultants who know how to get you on all the shows. They charge you per month. You got to pay per month to get on all these shows.
I had a publicist like that for a while. And like, they're great to use when you have something to promote, like a tour or a book or something. Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. That's the issue right there. You have to go through all of those things. That's where the money begins to go. But there's a second piece we don't recognize. People, they rate your legitimacy on how much money you raise. So they say, how much money did you raise? $10,000. You're nobody. How much money did you raise? $1 million. Oh my God, you're a player. I'm the same asshole, right? I haven't changed. And here's the other part. If I take $3 million, some of it I will use just to raise more money. So I might take $2 million to raise another $5 million, right? Does that make sense? So now I've raised $8 million. Now it took me $3 million to get to $8 million, but nobody cares. All they're going to say is, guy raised $8 million. Oh my God, he must be great. That's the issue, right?
Yeah.
So Phil has a very important question for us. The question is, what is sleazier, politics or comedy? And why is it politics?
It's definitely politics. Oh, for
yes.
Politics is the sleaziest. I mean, even the most lay person can just see what Trump went through the last few years.
Yes, it is definitely politics. Absolutely. It's why so many people leave, right? Most people don't know what a sewer this is. They don't know. They can't imagine it's such a sewer, but it is. And most people leave. They come in, see how bad it is, and then they pack up and go. I'm the idiot who stays. I'm popular because I stay, Chrissy. It's not because I'm good looking. You were thinking it's because I'm so hot. I am hot. That's true, but that isn't the reason.
Like, the people have to know I will run again.
Yes, absolutely. Then they get scared. So yes, that's what it is. Tim says $25 from Florida. Thank you. It was good to see you speak in Schenectady this summer. Yes, I was up in that. I was up in Central New York. That's actually more like Capital District. I was up in Capital District earlier this year. As you know, I cover the state, 62 counties. Every single year, I go to every single county in New York, whether I run or not. Does not matter. I keep going. Why does this matter so much, guys? I'll bring this up again. And Chrissy knows this. She's a New Yorker. The reality of this is this state is dominated by one party only. And the Republican Party does not know how to win statewide anymore. It has lost the institutional knowledge. It's lost the desire to make a statewide win. It cannot. So what's going to happen? The only way of winning is through a third party. I think coalitions are the answer. I think single issue coalitions are the answer. I think many people don't like Republican ideas because they're Republican. They don't like Democratic ideas because they're Democrat, not because they work or don't work. We have to change that. So if we make them libertarian, or we make them we the people, we make them independent, now people can go, okay, that's different. Let's go there. And now Democrats, Republicans get together, right? If you want better Democrats and you want better Republicans, you need to have a referee in the room. That is the third party. That is libertarians. It is we the people. It is other parties. That's what matters. That's the critical piece. I don't know. You're here. You see what's going on, don't you?
Yes, and I can't believe Zoran is getting as much publicity as he is. It's scaring people. People that are not from New York are just like are very scared. Like, oh, what's going to happen? Is he really possibly going to win?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. I said to another guy asked me that question, and what I said was, this is a backlash. This is people who recognize that the system doesn't work for them. They're not happy. They're leaving. They're unhappy. And so what are they going to do? Well, they've been taught Republicans are evil for the past, generation. So they can't vote for them because they're evil, right? So what do? I go further left. I go to Zoran. I go further left because I know my Slavic Democrats don't work. And Republicans, I've been told, are evil for the past 20 years. So I guess I'm going Zoran. He is a symptom, not the problem. He's a symptom. Now, there may be something good here, because I don't know if you remember. Do you remember David Dinkins as the mayor of New York?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, the advantage of Dinkins is that he got us Giuliani. He got us opposite. He got us a backlash. The hope is Mamdani may get us some type of backlash, that he might copy Dinkins. That's the hope. I don't know if that will happen, but I think that has to be our hope. Our hope has to be that whatever happens with Mamdani, it's so bad that people go, whoa, okay. Let's make a shift. I don't know if that will happen. I feel like so many New Yorkers have just given up. What's your gut? Does your gut say New Yorkers have given up, or that we actually have a shot of fixing this?
I would say, and it's great that we have people like you who actually really care enough to put like skin in the game to try to actually fix it, because I think a lot of people who could afford, who were able to physically and who could afford to move out of New York, a lot of them did already during the lockdowns and the pandemic. So everyone who's still here either has to be here because we can't leave, or we have family obligations, or some kind of a job situation that can't be relocated. So we're at this weird like standstill place, but there's always going to be a fresh generation. Like, I mean, there's always still a lot of students in New York City. I feel like that's what makes up a large portion of the city population are the students. So
that doesn't sound good, though. You're making me feel like that's a no.
It doesn't sound good, but you know, I want to have hope. It's New York. Yes. It's like the best city in the world. So we got to save it.
There we go. We got to save it. Anything you want to bring up before we wrap this up, Chrissie?
Just how smart you are. I don't feel like you get enough credit, and handsome, and
that's true also.
What else is like? What's your fall going to be like? What's your event schedule going to be like? So is today the first time you've announced that you're running?
No. My schedule is I'm always rocking on. What is my next one? I'm going to check right now. Hold on. I am heading out next week. I'm heading to Brooklyn on the 25th, Chautauqua County on the 26th, Wyoming, Yates, and Cayuga County on the 27th, Shenango County on the 28th, and then the Hudson Valley LP event also on the 28th. So I am rocking and rolling. That all will be up on the Larry Sharpe website and on Larry Sharpe social media, probably by Monday or Tuesday. It'll all be up. So if you can head out to any of those events, come out and see me. I will be there. Ooh. All I ask when you go out is one thing. The exception of with the exception of the LP Hudson Valley LP event, that's a paid event. With the exception of that event, all the rest, just show up. And if you can support local business by buying a coffee or a soda, please do so. If you are in a spot where you can buy a meal, please buy a meal, support the local people. You are not required to give me any money. If you want to, please do so, but you're not required. It's free. Show up. I do it live, no notes. Sit and talk with me. We'll hang out.
Nice. I saw that Liberty lady in the chat asking where to get tickets. Go to my website, ChrissieMayr.com, to get tickets for Ohio, San Diego, Phoenix, and if you follow me on Twitter and you know of a great club by you that would have someone like myself, tweet at them, tweet at me, or send me a DM, and we'll chat. This is fun. I'm so excited for you, Larry.
You were asking people to slide into your DMs, Chrissie.
No, not a slide in.
You're making a mistake.
Just like, although I did, someone literally just before I jumped on, I looked at Twitter and someone like posted a dick pic to a response to a tweet, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah, it's
of course
Twitter.
I looked at it for a while and then I reported it.
Of course, yes.
I reported it almost immediately.
And then, but did you respond with what you felt about it first? Let them know.
I was honestly like, I wouldn't be posting this all around if I was you, buddy. Like,
there we go. Right. Chrissie, great seeing you. Let's keep in touch.
Yes, good to be on. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Bye. So yes, please check her out if you can. You can check out her YouTube channel, Chrissie Mayr. It is ChrissieMayr. She's been amazing as a friend, amazing as someone who is also trying to get things done in New York. I adore her. Please support her to the best of your ability. I appreciate her coming on. Guys, this is a talk. It is an AMA. It is a fundraiser. I'm taking questions. I'm taking comments. I'm trying to answer them to the best of my ability. I am. So Kevin says, the problem with New York Republican Party, the problem is New York Republican Party does not want to win in New York anymore. Yes, because they cannot. It's impossible. The numbers just aren't there. It's almost 3-1 Democrat to a Republican. They've given up. They just want the donation money. If they wanted to win, they would fight. If they wanted to win, they would support me. I gave the Republican Party an option to support me years ago, and they said, go to hell. We can't grift enough with you. No, not an answer whatsoever. They don't want the answer. They haven't. Roger says, Giuliani let police violate black people's rights. F him. Well, I get your concern, but I would still rather have someone will be a backlash. Again, remember, Giuliani was a backlash from Dinkins. Dinkins was literally letting people do drugs in Gracie Mansion, like in City Hall. Like that guy was like insane with that, what he did. It was a backlash. So let's not give them a backlash, if that makes any sense. Minor Threat asks, is Mamdani seen much different than de Blasio? He's seen as being worse, but they're actually kindred spirits. They're both believers in socialism. Like they honestly believe that socialism is the answer. They really believe that. They absolutely do. So yeah, that is what they think. Little Lady says, Larry Sharpe travels New York more than the past 4 governors combined. True. He works harder than I know of these jackass politicians that continue to grift off money from favors. Also true. Yes, she is right. 100%. Yes, she is right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yes. Phil, yes, we're doing it live. I know what you're talking about. Yes. Shelly says, we can't afford to leave New York, so I need Larry as governor. I like that. There we go. Phil says, we need to get Chrissie some upstate New York dates. All right, give her a shot. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Melissa asks, when are you coming around the Utica area again? I was just there. Right now, I'm going to be in that area. Look at my schedule. Do I sound cool when I say schedule? I will be in there. Yep, the 19th, October 19th. I'll be in that area October 19th. So there we go. I had it ready. See how good I was? I already knew. See that? So around October 19th, it should work. So I hope that will be good. Guys, here's what I want to ask one more time to be clear. I am trying very hard to make this happen. I want to make something special happen. I do. Kay John knows. She said, thank you for $2. 4 hours flew by. Larry, chat, and guests are the best. There we go. I appreciate that, Kay John. Yes. I told you I can do 4 hours, and I did. And I wasn't serious. I mean, I was serious, and I did it. So, yes. The piece that I want to keep going, if I can, is I want you to understand that this will take cash. If you don't have cash, no worries. It takes time. One or the other. If you can give me both, give me both. Here's how you give me time. I'm talking about cash a lot. Here's how you give me time. Every time you see my stuff on social media, I need you to like, comment, and share. I know it sounds trite. I know it does, because it works. And the new way social media is working, it's all about engagement. Why do I do this live? So I can engage with you. Why do I have guests? So I can engage with you. That's why do I tell you where I'm coming? So you can come and engage with me. I want to engage. I'm asking for, I'm begging for it. So please do it. Engage. If Larry, I don't have time. You have time to click like. You do. You're watching. You can click like. You got time for that. Click the like button. If you have time to comment, please comment. Share it someplace. Use the URL and put it someplace else. Put it on your YouTube page. Put it on your on your Facebook page. Whatever. Twitter. Whatever you want to do. Share it someplace. The more people that see this, the better. It does matter. If you have time to comment once this is over, please comment. You can come back and comment if you want to. It does matter. Every comment does matter. It counts. That's how the engagement is dealt with. So please do that if you can. It's important. Phil, thank you for the $1, says, Italian beans and greens are delicious. Gingers are disproportionately part of the show. I'm not sure where that's going, but thank you. I appreciate your $1. Chrissie is a natural redhead. That's true. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. So she is. And she's wonderful. I adore her. So all good either way. All wins. So that's how you can help me out with time, if you got time. Also, if you're in an area where I'm going to be, please show up. That takes more of your time. I know you got to drive there, whatever, but showing up matters. I mentioned it before. Showing up matters. It's important that you show up because other people see it. It motivates people to do stuff. It motivates action. People don't want to do stuff until they see people doing stuff. When they see people doing stuff, then they want to do stuff. So show them that you will do stuff and they will do stuff. It does matter. It really does. So please, if you could, it's great. So yes, Roger says, Larry, I like you, but not to be engaged to you. I don't swing that way. We'll see, Roger. We'll see. Also, thank you for $50, my friend. I appreciate that. Larry, I'm from Kentucky. Hypothetically, if I win a lottery, how would I donate the exact or approximate total amount of money you need for your campaign? There are two ways. Number one, you can donate directly to the campaign up to $9,000. You can just literally go online and donate that way, or there's an address there if you want to. You can send a check. So if you like, you win a lottery tomorrow, you want to give me $9,000, I'd love that. $9,000 is the max, except for a household. If you're doing it for you and you're married a household, you can do $18,000. It's for you and your spouse or your significant other. So $9,000 for individual, $18,000 for a household. So if you want to do that, you can just do a household, $18,000 or $9,000. Send a check in if you win a lottery to that address, and you put it in for Larry Sharpe for governor. That's it. Done deal. Totally fine. Right? The information is that we need is right there. Please give me that information. We'll put it in. Done. All go online. You put $9,000 in the line. The credit card, if you had a credit card, whatever you got, debit card, bank, whatever you want, you can do it that way. Easy way to do it if you want to. I hope you win a lottery, and I hope you have a household, and I hope you can give me $18,000. If you don't have a household, it's $9,000. So please do so. If you have it, I hope you win a lottery. That'd be amazing. I appreciate that. So yes. Now, when I talk about that, guys, donating, again, if you're in New York State, between $5,000 and $1,000, I'm asking for it now. Why? Because I don't get the matching funds until I hit the $500,000 mark. That's why I'm asking for it now. The sooner I get the $500,000 mark, the sooner I get that cash, The sooner I get that cash, the sooner we're able to set ourselves up so we can get on the ballot in both We the People Party and Libertarian Party. We can get both of our lines. That's why I'm bugging you now. Everyone counts. Please keep going. Share this, make this happen. We can change New York. You don't live in New York, it will come to change you eventually. That's how it works. That's why I'm asking. If you don't live in New York, no worries. Please still give. You can give. If you give, I have a donor here today who is going to match up to $9,000. Why? Because that's the maximum amount. Larry, why 9,000? Because New York State made that number up. I don't know why they made it up. It's arbitrary. That's the number, 9,000. So that's why. Ask the legislators why they made it up. That's the number. So that's what I'm trying to do. If you're outside of New York State, still give, but you'll be matched 1-to-1. If you're in New York State, you're matched 6-to-1. If you give between $5,000 and $1,000. But Larry, I love you. I'm going to give you $1,100. Please don't do that. If you do that, they'll match nothing. Again, that's their rules they made up. 5 and 1,000. Please do that. But not just that. You might go, Larry, why would I give you money? I'm a Democrat. Because you're unhappy with what Democrats are doing. You're not getting what you want. The state's still falling apart. Oh, wait a minute. Why would I give you money? I'm a Republican. Why would I give you money? Because you're unhappy with Republicans, how they're acting. They can't win. So you give me the money so I can make change. But Larry, I want to give money to my Democrat because I'm afraid of Republicans. I understand that. But why would you do that? Republicans can't win, won't win. It's a waste of time. Giving money to Democrats because you're afraid of Republicans is a waste of time and money. Why? The Republicans cannot win a statewide election and they cannot make any impact. How do I know that? They haven't won a statewide election in 23 years and have made no impact. They have proven that. But Larry, I want to give money to Republicans so they can beat Democrats. That's a fantasy. They cannot. Stop. It's a fantasy. They cannot. They can't. Can an independent who can get Democrats and Republicans? Yes. Here's the best part. If Republicans win, they're not going to win. They won't do anything because they can't win. What if they lose? Nothing changes. But when I lost, when I was on the ballot in 2018, I got 107 people to start winning locally. I was making change. Now, 2020, I got trashed because of the lockdowns and the rules. And then 2022, we got our ass kicked. But what's going to happen now, even if I lose in 2026, but I get ballot access for 2 parties? New York State will begin changing. You will get change if I'm on the ballot, period. Win, lose, or draw, you will get change. That will happen. I promise you that. That will happen. I'm on the ballot, but I get $3 million. That becomes a winnable race. Because once I get $3 million, people see I got $3 million. They go, oh my God, this guy's legit. Oh my God, this guy can win. Then the money comes in. Then the support comes in. Then it becomes Jesse Ventura, 1996. In Jesse Ventura, 1996, he actually won. He became the governor of Minnesota. That can happen. That can happen. I want that to happen. It only happens if we go out of our way to make it happen. That's the answer. All right, guys, I want to say thank you so much for giving me 4 glorious hours today. I told you I'd do it. No breaks. As always, I just sat here the entire time talking with you for 4 straight hours. No breaks, no stops, lots of guests, lots of fun, good back and forth. Remember, even after this is over, you can still donate. LarrySharpe.com/donate. Support what we're doing. I'll be back in action again next week. I'm out again. Brooklyn, Western New York, Central New York, and then heading back down again. I will see you all very soon.